Good morning, race fans. Welcome to Sebring International Raceway here for the FARA Memorial 300, a big weekend where we have Formula FARA cars, Superlap Series, our GT field, including a 75-minute Enduro this evening, and Prospec Miata, which is about to go out on track for their first practice and qualifying session of the morning. It's a beautiful day here. Some showers possible this evening. We'll see if the rain stays away or if it's going to make some fun, interesting races this afternoon. But for right now, the track is in great shape. We've had a couple of sessions out already, including our first Formula FARA practice and an HPDE session. And now Prospec Miata out for their qualifying and practice session, their shootout coming later this afternoon. A quick 20-minute race with a nice cash prize thanks to AAG. They are a Prospec Miata group here at FARA, and they are happy to help you with all your Spec Miata needs, whether it's car rentals and whatnot. I'm Nick Soriano up in the booth today, and we're going to see how things shake out. Sebring, an interesting track, lots of long straightaways, tight corners, and everything in between. One of the most dynamic tracks for a track that has almost no elevation change whatsoever. No hills to speak of, so things will be good to go there. Just a nice, fun morning. Out on track, we got a lot of familiar names this weekend. Michael Fountain, Rob Bailey, Jill Urso, Louis Bustani, Frankie Barroso, our points leader, Alex Acosta is out there. Todd Burris, Kaylin and Mark Kinley. They're going to be riding around. And some new names that we have not seen this season at FARA. According to my rough calculations, I believe Alex Acosta is our current points leader in Prospec Miata. Have not got a full update on the points there yet, but when we do, we will let you know. But it's going to be a great day. As Carson mentioned, the way around this 17-turn track, 2.6 miles or so. Pretty long track, all things considered. And we've got about 30 Spec Miatas in the field today, a big field, so should be really exciting and a lot of fun. As they head out on their warm-up lap, we've seen some grouping going on as they make their way right now in turn 13 there. Their competitors are going to try and find space on track. Some drafting here, so they may be looking for a drafting partner, trying to make sure they've got everyone settled in. Scheduled for the rest of the day was pretty exciting. Got a lot of qualifying going on. Prospec Miata right now, then the Superlap Series. Prototypes and GTs qualify after that at 10:30. Formula FARA with their next practice at 11:30. Then Prospec Miata returns 12:35. And after our lunch break, we dive right back into the Superlap Series. Formula FARA qualifying at 2:30. Prototypes and GTs race 1 at 2:55 p.m. And then 4:30, our Prospec Miata shootout. Superlap Series at 4:50. FARA race 1 at 5:20. Then our prototypes and GTs have their 75-minute Enduro this evening, starting at around 6:25. So it should be a great day filled with qualifying and racing. And we're back tomorrow too, starting early. 8:30 a.m. Prospec Miata race number 2 kicks off. So stay tuned with us all weekend here from the booth. These cars are now starting to put their first hot laps in. I see cars heading down towards turn number 7, our hairpin turn here at Sebring International Raceway. Very important turn. A lot of braking can happen on the right side of the screen. You'll see some passes on the exit as well. The Spec Miatas, when they go too wide, will kick up some dust, gives you a nice little visual effect for when they run off of the edges there. And they head down into turn number 10 through 11 and 12. A surprisingly slippery part of the track, depending on the conditions, especially if we get some rain. Definitely the slickest area in turn 11 and 12 into turn number 13 on screen now. They head towards Bishop's Bend. One of the fastest corners on this track. It's called Bishop's Bend for a reason. Just kind of pray as you go through there if you're going fast enough. To be honest, don't struggle too much. They can go through there too wide, no problem. But our prototype in GT field, if they have to go too wide, you'll see them having to lift. Definitely a little bit of a caution area. Might see some action there. Now here we are running through turn 16 onto the back straightaway towards Sunset Bend, turn number 17. Famous bumpy under the bridge corner. The sun sets right there, hence the name. Gives a really tough time for the drivers as the sun starts to set. Our Enduro drivers this evening will have to battle with that as the sun gets lower in the sky. The sun will be right in their eyes. Just as cars are starting to make their first hot laps around Sebring, issues on the front straightaway heading down into turn number 1. Calls for a black flag all. All the cars will have to come down to pit road while the track workers get things cleaned up and taken care of. Top big cloud of smoke, but could not get a car number for you. We will update you as soon as possible to let you know what was going on there. But for now, we are going to remain in that black flag all. Cars will come down pit lane. Have to hang out. As of right now, Frankie Barroso is going to be on your provisional pole with a 237.8, followed by Todd Burris at a 238.0. Mark Curley at a 238.8, and Lucas Theck, Michael Fountain, Mike Leo, a couple of unknown drivers on the timer there. Oh, the 92, I know that car. That's Corey Collum. And he's in 8th. Kalen Kinley in 9th, and Mike Hitchme in 10th. So that rounds out our top 10 at the evening. 22 cars, or of the morning, excuse me. 22 cars so far have passed start-finish line, made a hot lap. So, let's see, Camden Brown, the only car that has only recorded 1 lap, maybe the car that had an issue, but it was after start-finish, so it's a possibility whatever car had problems was able to make their second lap. Watching cars just below me on pit lane, trying to get a count of who could be missing out of this field. I'm not able to see exactly what it is. Looks like someone's getting pulled off in turn 2, maybe a white Spec Miata. See if I can get my binoculars on them. Yeah, just missed the number on that one, but a white Spec Miata being pulled off in between turns 1 and 3, and we have a green flag back on the session. Cars will roll out of pit lane. Take them a little while to get back up to speed. They'll do one rolling lap and then a hot lap coming through. A lot of drivers looking to make up some time. Michael Fountain, usually close to the front, in 6th right now. He's going to have to put in some work to drop those lap times a little bit, maybe some help from a drafting partner. Rob Bailey in 74, another familiar name to us here. Had an issue yesterday in practice. He had to replace a rear wheel hub. Looks like they got that car back on track. See if he's going to be able to do a little bit more work, move up the rankings. Cars rolling off into turns 3, 4, and 5 there. Down the stretch they head towards that hairpin we talked about. Well spaced out right now. Don't see a ton of partnership happening at the moment, but things can change quickly in Prospec Miata here in the FARA events, especially one like the Memorial 300 at Sebring. Heading towards turn 17 again. Get those flying laps in once again. For that short delay. Great work by the Sebring safety crew to get that car out of there, get that all cleaned up. As they go through turn 17, we talked about being the bumpiest corner on the track. And they'll make their way across start-finish line here. Number 18 at the front of the pack. And there's Jack Cronin leading the cars. Michael Fountain making some moves on the front stretch, as well as Rob Bailey. 54 and the 20 look to be working together. That's Italiano Scapitucci and Mike Hitchme. Saw them work together at Homestead during the Miami 500 early this year. a safety truck working their way through down turns number 3, 4, and 5. Hairpin, see if they're going to retrieve a car, what the issue might be there. Disabled in turn number 7's view yet. So they may just be repositioning after getting things taken care of. They're working their way down. That is going to bunch up a large amount of the field in turn number 7, almost turning this qualifying session into a race. Now, under a white flag, you are allowed to safely pass a safety vehicle at reduced speeds. And 2 safety vehicles heading that way, and it looks like they stopped just at the exit of turn number 8. Small little kink after the hairpin there. So maybe a car disabled that they're having to pick up. The tower is obstructed by some trees over in the green park, so unable to let you know what car that is. Oh, and a black flag all. So another flying lap is going to get cut short. So no changes on our leaderboard right now. Barossa divisional pole sitter. Tom Burris, Alex Acosta, Mark Curley, Lucas Steck, Fountain, Mike Leo, Corey Collum, Kalen Kinley, and Mike Hitchme in your top 10 at the moment. Have grabbed the 69 car. 69 car is Mike Leo, your 7th place Spec Miata right now. So hopefully some easy fixes to get that car going, running very well. Would love to be able to start in 7th there. I'm sure Mike's a little disappointed in that. Fountain is going to be the first car onto pit road from our Spec Miata group during this black flag in the green 101 car. One of our only NA model cars with the pop-up headlights, if you are not familiar with Miatas. Spec Miata runs NA, so first generation cars, and NBs with different performance requirements to allow some parity between the different generations of cars. The NBs being the most popular, the 99s and up through 2005. All right, and our Prospec Miatas are back on track, exiting pit lane, heading down, trying to get one more flying lap. With 5 minutes to go, they should be able to. So that will be kind of a last chance qualifier. Head around, cross start finish, and hope that they can get one more shot moving up the grid. Michael Fountain, that car at the front of the pack there, working his way through. Turn 7, hairpin your way towards turn number 10. That car right there that you're seeing on your screen is Michael Fountain, the leader of the group, currently in 6th place by a lap time. Two lead cars are in red, number 48 and white, number 56, Frankie Barroso, Todd Burris leading this field right now with your provisional front row. Right behind them, though, Alex Acosta, the orange and black, number 24 machine. In my window, it looks like heading into turn number 10 now is Todd Burris and Alex Acosta. That white car is Todd Burris, the red one, Frankie Barroso, Alex Acosta right behind the orange and black car that you saw there. As they make their way through turns 11 and 12, we'll go to turn 13 to see how things shake out, if they're going to stay in order, and they do. That's Todd Burris, Alex Acosta right there. So I know Frankie Barroso in that pack. Frankie is somewhere else. So it looks like Todd and Alex are going to be working together. Michael Fountain out in front, all by himself, just started his first flying lap. Checkered flag is out for our Prospec Miata first qualifying and practice session. Able to get one more flying lap in after a couple of black flag alls. Michael Fountain improves his time to 2:38.0, moving into second place right now outside of the front row. But he is the first to cross the line in this flying lap. As more cars come through, we will continue to update your standings, let you know. Rob Bailey moves from 11th to 7th. Mike Hitchby from 10th up to 8th. And Natalino Scappatisci up into 9th now. Jill Urso in 10th. So some changes at the back of the top 10. Nothing at the top yet, other than Michael Fountain moving from 6th to 2nd. But we are waiting for that front group. We saw Frankie Barroso, Todd Burris, and Alex Acosta all in that group of 3 at the second pack, the front of the second pack. We know that Alex and Todd were working together. 24 and the 56. We'll see if they are able to improve their lap times. And I see Todd Burris coming down pit road, so he will not improve his lap time. Remains in 3rd position. Stack in the 52 as well. And there's the 24 of Alex Acosta. So it looks like everyone else coming down pit road, they will not complete one more flying lap. So as of right now, your provisional Prospec Miata field looks a little like this. Frankie Barroso on pole, and Michael Fountain, Todd Burris, Alex Acosta, Mark Curley in 5th, Lucas Theck in 6th, Rob Bailey 7th, Hitchme in 8th, Natalino Scappatisci in 9th, Jill Urso in 10th, Mike Leo 11th, 92 of Corey Collum in 12th. In 13th, Gino Angela and Kaylin Kinley, Christopher Jarem, Louis Bustani, Joseph Saddington, 32 in 18th, and the 18 of Jack Proby, the 3 of Grayson Knoll, the 127 of Camden Brown, the 99 of Noah Fetterman, and the 117 of Mark Kinley. 23 cars out in that session. Coming up next is your Superlap series. We'll be back soon to let you know how they are shaking out. This is your timed HPDE sessions competing for the best lap time of the weekend. Stay tuned.
if you're gonna do it, at least have the ball. What's it called? Yeah, no, I'm sure of it. You know, I could say I'm self-taught, though I know I've had enough support to really not want to say that. No, I mean, when I say self-taught, what I mean is like you didn't learn these classes. Correct. Like I learned, I feel like in as formal of a setting as possible. Yeah. Well, my dad was a farmer, and his dad was a farmer. No, and that's why I say like self-taught isn't necessarily a bad thing because depending on who, like it all just depends on the type of person you are and also the resources available to you. And if you're the type of person that like is you're adventurous and you try to take on things or whatever, and you're disciplined and methodical, plus you have the resources like your dad, being self-taught is genuinely not easy. Exactly. As well as there's the yeah. One of my favorite ones is Simon Letron. He's an English. But he does wild things.
300 presented by FARA USA here at Sebring International Raceway. Broadcast being brought to you by BTL Productions. And I'm Nick Soriano up in the third floor of the tower here at Sebring. And the Superlap series coming to an end here very shortly. 1.5 minutes to go. Currently, your leaders here. We'll go class by class for you. One entry in SL2, Alfredo Chunga with a 228.4. The SLU category, Jeffrey Fear leads Ansel Henry with a time of 218.8 to a 231.7. In SL1, Armando Arens with a 226.2. SL4, Thierry Ritfield leads David Schnorr and Max Garbus. In SL5, Ovik Kog is going to be your leader there in front of Mike Moore and Terrence Singh. So that is your Superlap series right now. Might have more cars this afternoon, depending on the entry list there. But up next is our GTM prototypes, their first qualifying of the day. This will set them up for race number 1 coming up at 2:55 this afternoon. Pretty good field set up there, so I'm expecting a lot of battles, a lot of familiar names from the Miami Grand Prix and the Miami 500 earlier this season. And the checkered flag waves for the SL Superlap Series session. welcome back to the FARA Memorial 300 here at Sebring International Raceway. I'm Nick Soriano, up in the tower and out on track, our prototype and GT qualifier right now. A lot of cars, we've got over 30 who have taken at least started here at Sebring. Right now you're leader overall in GT1A, Marcus Jewell, in the number 10 car with a 219.2. Very fast time. I'm assuming that's one of the Porsche Cup cars. He is out there running around. Right behind him is the number 77, James Candelaria on GT2A, and Roden Unesi, GT1A, Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. in GT2A, Avi Cohen, GT2A, Sophia Basler in GT1B, Connor Quav in GT1A, David Lita in GT2B, Justin Levine in GT1B, and the number 30 car wrap up your top 10. So the prototype and GT group, for those wondering, has multiple classes: GT1A, GT1B, GT2A, GT2B, and so on and so forth. All of them are racing against each other technically, but there are races within races going on, multi-class racing here at FARA, and they are all categorized based on their cars and what their intended build is. So we've got cars out there from our Honda Wars, which are regular street cars converted into race cars, all the way up to our GT1A class, which are factory-built performance race cars direct from the manufacturer, giving you a wide variety of cars, all of them eligible to race in the Enduro later this evening. Should make for a very interesting mix. We'll see how everything works out and how they work together on track. Yes, they do have to kind of work together to make sure that everyone is on the same page, making sure they don't obstruct each other too much, allowing all the races to continue, position battles, and best lap times, especially here in qualifying sessions. In your Honda Wars category, it looks like our leader right now is Hermogenes Ramirez with a 242.7, then Wilbur Perez, Albin Roman, and Luis Rene Canwate? Oh boy, that's going to be a tough one for me this weekend, in the number 89 car. All of them fairly close, 10 seconds between the front four cars there. In GT5, Nicholas Moussard leads, then Pete Ballou, Henry Jarem, and Alejandro Garcia. In GT3, Jose de las Casas leads Jill Urso, Luis Albuquerque, and Fabian Santos in that category. 10-second lead for the 55 of Jose de las Casas. So, nice big gap there. A class we've had a lot of good battles with in the past couple of weekends. GT1B, Justin Levine in the 47 car leads Sophia Basler by 3 seconds, a 219 to a 222. In the 4X of Michael Coquad following up behind them. In GT1A, Roden Unesi in the number 16 car takes the provisional pole away from Marcus Jewell in that number 10. GT2B, the number 66 of David Lita, is your Lita at a 228.1. Then Larry Giles at a 241, and Jeff Williams at a 244. Watching the cars work their way side by side through turn number 17 there. And that yellow Porsche 911 we saw on screen, that is the 45. Of Luis Albuquerque. working his way around the track. Ooh, a little bit of a missed corner there for the red Mustang. Couldn't get a number on that one. It looks like he's back up to speed, heading through turn number 16 now, so no problems there. That incident just in front of that yellow 45 car we had been following for a little bit. We're going to see if we can take a look at turn number 3. We're looking for a green 911 coming through. And here they come. That is Justin Levine in the 47. Currently, your leader in GT1B, but only leading by 0.6 of a second over Sophia Basler. So a very close one there. We're going to watch that around the track just to see how the lap goes. A little bit of traffic in the hairpin. Going to make it tough to run a good lap time there. Could open the door for Sophia. They work their way to turn number 10. Through 11 and 12. See it popping out right there on the right side of your screen. A little bit more traffic as they make their way through, trying to work their way through. Again, we talked about how tough it is to work in multi-class racing and how you can be slowed down by other cars on track. Seeing it right there on the screen in front of you. And into Bishop's Bend. Look how fast they go through there. That's why it is called Bishop's Bend. A little bit faster than our Miatas that we saw earlier in the session. And these drivers will be saying a couple more prayers than the Miata drivers do as well. They make their way through turn 16 around the outside. Goes the 47, trying to get a good run down to turn number 17. And through turn 17 goes the 47 now, Justin Levine. As they come through start-finish line, it is going to be a PB, a 2:17.8 for Justin Levine. So holds on, but Sophia Basler close behind, should be coming through turn 17 now. Making their way up to start-finish is the 132 car. A 2:18.6 for Sophia, so an improvement, but not enough to catch Justin Levine. Justin Levine will lead in GT1B for the time being. We're going to try to find the 268 car of David Twatty. Should be around turns 3, 4, and 5 right now for you, and follow him around. He is your overall leader at a 2:08.7. And there he is on screen making his way. Turn number 4. And down towards turn number 7. A lot of open track for that 268 car right now. See if they can improve. A 209.6, then a 208.7. So back-to-back PBs. Moved ahead of Marcus Jewell, who's at a 209.6, and has just crossed the line with a 218.9. So either on a cool-down lap or hit some traffic there. Connor Quayle right behind at a 209.8. So the GT1A field, very, very tight right now. Those are your fastest cars on track. So as we're watching that Porsche 911 work its way around, just hoping that the 268 car can run a PB. Like we said, a lot of open tracks, so that will be helpful. And there they go into turn 16. A very important corner, turn 16. Leads onto your longest straightaway, so your most potential for top speed there as you get towards Sunset Bend. You want to have a nice clean exit through that corner, carry lots of speed, and there it is. David Twatty crosses the line with a 208.8. Does not improve, a tenth slower than a personal best, but very consistent. So currently your overall leader remains that 268 car. Only 0.8 of a second ahead of the number 10 of Marcus Jewell. Connor Quayle right behind at 209.8. Let's see some more updates of your classes here. Alpin Roman is taking the lead of the Honda Wars category with a 240.907. Pete Ballou now leading your GT5 field as well. GT2A continues to be led by Miguel Angel Morcano Jr. Jose de las Casas, a strong lead in GT3. Justin Levine continuing to lead in GT1B. And David Lita, still your leader in GT2B. Not a lot of changes so far on the track. With 8 minutes to go in this session, still time to run a best lap, but a lot of these cars and the tires that they have set up on them tend to fall off after the first couple of laps. We may see some drivers starting to pull in, saving the tires for either race number 1 or race number 2, their Enduro, later this evening. But cars are still continuing to circulate. We'll be keeping track of what's going on. If you've never been to Sebring before, Sebring, a very historic track, one of the birthplaces of endurance racing here in the United States. The track has had a couple different layouts over time, specifically changes to turn 17 and turn 7, the biggest ones. Now we run what's called the safety pin in turn number 7. There is a extra turn-off area if you aren't able to get the car slowed down in time. But originally that corner went all the way up to the walls there in turn number 7. No room for error. Built on an old World War II airfield as well. The original concrete from those airstrips still being used. Fairly bumpy. Makes for a very dynamic ride. Suspension tuning, extremely important around here. This will find any faults in your suspension. Between the curbs and the bumps, this is a real test. A lot of professional teams will come out here to test, especially new builds, things like that, to see how it holds up to the abuse. If it can withstand the abuse here, it can make it at just about any track, despite not having any elevation changes to speak of. It is definitely a torture test on the suspension of these machines. Just caught a glimpse of the number 30. That is our only prototype entry right now. Amy Lewis in the number 30 is the only entry leading right now in their class with a 225.8. As you can see, all the cars bunched up. It does make it tricky to get passes through. Looking at some of the points here, some familiar names showing up. GT1A, your current points leader, David Twatty, leads Miguel Angel Marcano by 2 points after the first 2 events. Justin Levine leads by 4 points over Michael Manella in GT1B and currently holds that GT1B pole over Sophia Basler. Sophia Basler only has points for the first race of the season, so she's down with 17 points on the list. James Hammond leads GT2A over Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. by 8 points. So with Miguel having the pole, hoping to close that gap in our point standings there. Jill Urso is currently leading the GT3 field, even though Jose de las Casas has a pretty strong lead in this session right now. See if Jill is able to get things together in the next session, make a run to try and hold on to that points lead, currently leading by 4 points. And coming up after this session will be the next HPDE session. Beginners and novices will be out on track. If you've been wanting to try track racing out, looking to get into it, HPDE is the best place to start. They have instructors available. You'll be able to learn the track that you attended at from someone with experience and work your way up. We just saw the Superlap series finishing up. That's kind of the crown jewel of your HPDE journey. You start out in your beginner and novice category and work your way up to intermediate and advanced, where the passing rules are a little bit more open. And then you move to the Superlap series, your first timed session. And FARA can help you with all of it if you are interested. Check out the website, farausa.com, for more information. There's plenty of information and helpful resources there if you're looking to get on track. Checking back with some of the scoreboards, we talked about GT1B a lot, and it's an interesting one. Sophia Basler on lap number 9 has run a lap number 8 has run a 217.398. Now 0.4 of a second ahead of the 47 car, that green 911 we followed earlier in the session. And the 4X of Michael Coquad not going anywhere, a 218.9 on lap number 8. So we are still seeing some times improve here and a little shakeup. Sophia Basler now your leader in GT1B. And GT1A, Roden Unesi able to make up some time now with a 204.5, beating Connor Quayle with a 206.2, and David Twatty, a 208.7 remains his fastest, but he's pulled in early. Well, 7 laps in, or looks like 6 hot laps. On lap number 7 came into the pits. And Connor Quayle just crosses start-finish line with a 206.2, an improvement of 0.4 of a second. Now 1.6 seconds behind the number 16 of Roden Unesi in GT1A. Your overall leaders right now. Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. in GT2A just running his personal best, A 2:14.4, extending that lead to 5.8 seconds over the 77 of James Candelaria. In GT5, Pete Ballou continuing to lead there as well. With a 2:36.0, Alejandro Garcia close behind with a 2:38.9. No changes in GT2B. David Lita and Larry Giles still your top two there, followed by Jeff Williams. Honda Wars, Alpin Roman continuing to lead over Hermogenes Ramirez, Luis Rene Canaut, Wilbur Perez, and Moises Cordero. Ben Arce, the only GT4B competitor right now, so he's able to hang on there. And everyone else circulating around as the session now waves checkered. The end of the prototype and GT field. So anyone on their hot lap able to get one more timed lap in before coming to the pits. But after that, things will be done. We'll be moving on to our next HPDE session for our beginners and novices. Still tracking on our lap times here. Trying to see if there are any improvements. Nothing right now. But a nice incident-free session from our prototypes and GTs. After some black flags during the Prospec Miata, I was wondering if the first visit to Sebring of the season was going to cause any drivers issues, but it seems like everyone's pretty well behaved so far in this category. Couple of cars coming down pit road. Looks like the tires are being checked for temperature and pressure. Possibly heading back out. I was mistaken on the checkered flag waving. We've hit our 25-minute mark, but because of the scheduling, still have one more lap available for the drivers. So, not done quite yet. And now we have the checkered flag coming out, ending our prototype and GT session officially this time. The 178 car, the first to cross the start-finish line to end the session. And they will work their way around on the cool-down lap as everyone else starts to head down. We've had a pretty good handful of cars make their way already, so not many cars still circulating on track. With the track temperatures today, I can imagine the first couple of laps will be the best for most of the cars that we see out on track. Highs today in the 90s expected for Sebring International Raceway, so going to be a warm one. Keeping the tires, the cars, the engines, the drivers cool is going to be essential. So hopefully everyone's got a good game plan for that, especially in these qualifying sessions, getting those laps in quickly before the tires start to get a little greasy and overheat, or have the pressure set so that it can accommodate those temperatures. And as the last couple of cars cross start finish line, we're going to run through your final results. In GT2B, David Lida is going to take the provisional pole there with a 224.9. Larry Giles and Jeff Williams close behind. In Honda Wars, the 111, Albin Roman, a 240.7 will take the provisional pole there in front of Hermogenes Rodriguez, Luis Rene Canate, Wilbur Perez, and Moises Cordero. 25 of Pete Ballou will lead GT5 with a 236.0, followed by Alejandro Garcia, Nicholas Moussard, Adam Fetterman, and Henry Jerem. And GT2A, Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. is going to take the provisional pole with a 214.4 in front of James Candelaria, Avi Cohen, and Gary Young. GT4B, lone competitor of Ben Arce with a 246.2. In GT3, Jose de las Casas with a 228.4 on your provisional pole in front of Jill Urso, Luis Albuquerque, and Fabian Santos. In GT1B, Sophia Basler ends up with the provisional pole, a 216.6. Michael Coquad in the 4X moves ahead of the 47 of Justin Levine with a 217.4, and followed Justin Levine 217.8. So 1.2 seconds between first and third there in GT1B. In GT1A, Roden Unesi able to pull off the pole position there. 204.5, followed by Connor Quayle, David Twatty, Marcus Jewell, Jody Miller, and Miguel Angel Marcano. Finally, FP3, the lone competitor of Amy Lewis with a 223.9. So that wraps things up for your GTM prototype qualifying. Next up, HPDE. This is our beginners and novices out on track. We'll be back with you at 11:30 for Formula FARA practice number 2. So until then, stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back, race fans, to the FARA Memorial 300. Out on track now, your Prospec Miata qualifying. Your second qualifying session of the day. Currently, your provisional pole held by Frankie Barroso with a 237.8. All those drivers going to be chasing him. 23 cars have crossed start-finish line so far in this session. And we will see if they're able to get things working here. 48 and the 24 just crossing under start-finish line. That's Frankie Barroso and Alex Acosta. Alex Acosta currently fourth on the provisional pole results, trying to work his way up to that first row. Not much left, but I know Alex has the ability to get there. We've seen it in the FARA 500 and the Miami Grand Prix earlier this year. So we'll see what they're able to cook up. A lot of Miata starting to pair up. We've got a pretty large group all together. It looks about to be 10 or 11 cars between turns 9 and 7, working their way back. So we'll see if any of those cars pair up, do some drafting, or if it's all going to be passes, some moves being made towards turn number 10. There you go. You can start seeing that big group in turn number 10 working their way through. Some side-by-side action through there as cars shuffle through, trying to find where they need to be. And this is just a qualifying session. We're not even at our race yet. Already some side-by-side action. They make their way through turn 13 now. Heading towards Bishop's Bend in the backstretch. A little bit of a headwind on the front straightaway, so they'll have the wind at their back going down towards turn 17 into Sunset Bend. Everyone chasing the 48 car, Frankie Barroso, that red NB Miata. Working their first flying lap right now, so no times in the book to update you on. But later this afternoon, they will have their 15-minute shootout. 4:30 going to be their only race of Saturday. They'll have 2 races on Sunday that we will cover for you here on the FARA USA YouTube channel. And as that large group makes their way through their first flying lap, Frankie Barroso, the 237.2 improves his best lap by 0.6 from the morning session, followed by Alex Acosta with a 239.4. Does not improve his best time. Corey Collum, though, does improve his best time from a 41.3 down to a 40.3. Picks up a full second. Puts him a little bit further up the grid now. Should be around 7th or 8th position. But a lot of time left in this session. 17 minutes to go in our Prospec Miata qualifying session. Pack working their way down towards turn number 7 right now, through turns 3, 4, and 5, under the Toyota Gazoo Racing Bridge. It does appear that the 24 of Alex Acosta moving slowly on the backstretch. See a bright orange car from up here in the tower. We'll see if he's able to make it back. As the rest of the cars circulate around Bishop's Bend right now for most drivers. And Michael Fountain with a 238.023 moves into second position for the session. Improves slightly, 4 hundredths of a second improvement there. And a big improvement from Center Smith, 238.6. His best in the last session. He wasn't out in the last session, so that's going to be a big improvement. 38.6 puts him firmly in the top 10 right now. Mark Curley in the 143 at 239.2. His previous at 238.8, so no improvement for Mark Curley. It looks like the 55 and 143 are working together. Temperatures starting to get close to 90 degrees right now here at Sebring International Raceway. Going to make it tough for these Spec Miatas to do bump drafting like they usually do. The two other races in January and in March, cooler temps allowed for those cars to stay hooked up much better. But now, the sun is out, it's beaten down. It is hard to keep these cars cool when they are running single file like that. So we'll see if there is as much help as usual. But it could make a big difference for those cars looking for help from a drafting partner. And Alex Costa in the 24 has made his way onto pit road. So unfortunately, a failure there is going to end that session early unless they can get it fixed and back out on track. Field working their way around turn 16 again. Heading down the back straightaway. And our turn 17 camera is out right now. We're going to get that back up for the races. But unfortunately, we don't have coverage there. So we'll have to see when they exit out of turn 17 and go towards turn number 1. That'll be the next time we pick them up on camera. Todd Burris, the only car in the top 5. Oh, Frankie Barroso as well. Frankie Barroso with a 236.3. Now a second and a half faster than his personal best from the first session. So firmly holding on to that provisional pole position. Michael Fountain, a 238.8. Todd Burris, a 238.2. So no improvements from those two cars to their first session. Center Smith, 238.6. Mark Curley, in 5th position right now. The 238.8. Corey Collum down to a 239. So has found about a second and a half from that 241 he ran in the first session. Cars now heading through turn number 10. One of the trickiest corners on the track. A pretty fast straightaway into about a 90-degree turn, but you've got to set up for turns 11 and 12 left-handers. So in a Miata, it's pretty easy. You can give turn 10 your all. You don't really have to set up for the next two corners, but in faster cars, like you'll see in our GT and prototype group, having to set up in the right spot to get through 11 and 12 means you have to sacrifice the exit speed of turn 10 ever so slightly. Make sure you've got the right speed getting through there. Turn number 13 has a little bit of a banking as well. You turn in, there's a concrete patch on the inside, close to there. Inside curbs Helps rotate the car through, but an easy spot to push a little too fast. In the Spec Miata, Bishop's Bend's turned 14 and 15. Definitely is almost a straightaway. You can gain a lot of speed there. So exit of 13, very important for a good lap time as well. And then this complex here, 15, 15A, and 16. Important setup for your push onto the backstretch. Want to make sure you get every little mile an hour out of that last corner. And as cars cross the line, lap number 5, Lucas Thack with a 238.8 improves his personal best by a 1/10 of a second. Moving into 6th position for the session, Rob Bailey with a 239.2 improves by almost a second from his personal best in the first session. So a lot of drivers running faster than their first session right now. 54, and Adelino Scapitici also moving up, 239.450. About a full second faster than the morning session. So this afternoon session, these cars have really found their rhythm. They've been able to pick up the pace even with hotter track temps. So you know they were working, or they were just running a little slow this morning with that early session. Happens to the best of us. If you're out there before your first cup of coffee, might be a little tough. Put in your best possible laps. Running down the order, Alex Acosta looks to be back on track. He is in 10th position in this session with a 239.48. Mike Hitchme, 11th, 39.64. Christopher Jerem with a 40.0. Jill Urso with a 40.2. Kaylin Kinley, 40.4. Aaron Price, 40.95. Jack Cronin with a 41.0 in 16th. Gino Angela, a 41.9 in 17th. Kristen Janik with a 42.1 in the 32 machine. And Joseph Saddington in the 81, a 243.5. And the 3 of Grayson Knoll, the 127 of Camden Brown, the 117 of Mark Kinley, and the 9 of Chris Clark, 99 of Noah Fetterman, and Luis Canones, rounding things out with a 256.7. As of right now, it is all Frankie Barroso at the front. A 236.3 holds firmly in the lead. Over a second over the second place car, Michael Fountain, with a 37.9. So as of right now, your front row pretty locked in. But Todd Burris has a 38.0 from the previous session. So he's got the capabilities. If he just finds a 10th or so, might be able to move in front of Michael in that 101 machine. Center Smith, the 55 car, though, the dark horse of this session. Not running in the first one. No time put down with a 38.6 at the moment. And you find a couple more tenths to get into the mix of that 37.9, 38.0 crowd. A couple of cars in that field right now between Michael, Todd, and now we've added in Mark Curley to the mix at a 38.8. Just over 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes to go in this qualifying session. The results of the first qualifying session that we had at 9:30 and this one will be combined. So the best lap from either session will set your grid for the shootout this afternoon at 4:30. That's the next time we'll see our Prospec Miatas on track. 15-minute race. Comes with a nice cash prize from AAG, $500 split between the top 3 cars there. So You know, drivers are going to be active, trying to find their way to the front of that race. But before the race starts, it's all about qualifying, trying to set yourself up for the best possible start and make it a good race. As Michael Fountain crosses the line at 237.4. 237.4, a big improvement there from his previous personal best. Still over a second behind Frankie Barroso. But that second place, that outside row, looking pretty locked up by Michael Fountain. Unless Todd Burris, Center Smith, or Mark Curley can find the time. Lucas Theck, too, at a 238.8. The next four definitely close by, ready to make a move. Todd Burris, no improvement this lap. Center Smith, no improvement this lap. Chris Clark, a big improvement. 239.1 moves him up into 7th. No personal best being set anywhere in the top 10 except for Michael Fountain in that 101. I see, looking out my window, the 55 and the 143, Center Smith and Mark Curley now working together, moving towards turn number 10. Here they come into frame now. That black car is Mark Curley, the blue car of Center Smith. Those two, 4th and 5th in the session right now, trying to find a couple more tenths. They're just out of reach of the 37 threshold right now, which will put you into the second row, 3rd position if you get into the 37s right now. But we do have a black flag coming out, black flag all, and a checker. So this session is going to be ending a little bit early. We'll see if any cars come through, try to do one final hot lap. I can't tell if they threw the second checkered flag over in turn 10 to let the drivers know. But it appears to be some sort of issue around track that's going to end the session early. Checking all our available cameras. Don't see any safety vehicles on track just yet. Not sure where the incident is, but all cars are going to come down pit road, so no changes on this final lap of the race. Everyone will come down pit road. So to wrap things up, Frankie Barroso is going to be your pole sitter this afternoon, barring any protests or technical issues off of the track. Then Michael Fountain will be 2nd. Todd Burris, 3rd. Alex Acosta will sneak into 4th with a 238.598. Center Smith with a 238.6 will be 5th. And Mark Curley, Lucas Theck, Chris Clark with the 39.1 will be 8th. Rob Bailey looks to come 9th. Corey Collum in 10th. And the 54 of Scapitici, 24 of Alex Acosta, is going to remain in that top 10, even though unable to improve the lap time. Got 3 laps in. Mike Hitchmeet, Christopher Jarem, Kalen Kinley, and Aaron Price round out your top 15 in this session. You have to look a little bit deeper to figure out where they're going to line up. We will give you that right before their session. In 16th, Jack Cronin. 17th, Gino Angela. In 18th, Kristen Janik. 19th, Joseph Saddington. 20th, Grayson Knoll. 21st, Camden Brown. 22nd, Mark Kinley. 23rd, Jill Urso. 24th, Noah Fetterman. And 25th, Luis Canones. So that will wrap up Prospec Miata qualifying. Next time we see them on track will be 4:30 for their 15-minute shootout. Right now we are heading to lunch. There would be nothing on track for the next hour. But when we come back at 2 o'clock, the Superlap series takes the track again. And right after that at 2:30, Formula FARA for their first qualifying session. And only qualifying session, it looks like, from looking at the schedule. So that is coming up right after lunch. Don't go anywhere. We will be back soon. Stay tuned. Welcome back, race fans, to Sebring International Raceway for the FARA Memorial 300. My name is Nick Soriano. The third floor of the tower is where I'm hanging out today, and Formula FARA qualifying is underway. A couple of cars already making their way out on the track, getting their warm-ups in, and about to start their flying laps. The 33 of Alexander Savage goes by, as well as the 96 car. David Twatty, Axel Rabads, and Kevin Jr. are out there as well, working their way around the track to get their first flying laps in. Formula FARA, always a competitive, contested race. These cars, all identical, FIA Formula 4 chassis with a special engine package for the FARA race weekends. And they are a great stepping stone into Formula racing. And it just makes for a lovely drivers' competition every time we see them out on tracks. So we expect nothing less today. They're qualifying 20 minutes this afternoon. And then later today at 5:20, we will see race number 1 from this group. The 89 of Daniel Rodriguez and the 8 of Braden Neves working their way off of pit road, heading onto the track now as well. Watching them work their way. We've got 2 cars heading into turn 7 now. That's going to be the 89 and the 8. Knowing not much about Formula racing, but guessing, I imagine tire temperatures are going to be very pivotal here. The sun has come back out. We had a cloudy stretch right during the lunch break, but now with the sun shining down on the track and outside temperatures in the 90s, managing tire temperatures and grip is going to be essential to getting that one hot lap in that they need to try and make the most of this 20-minute session. So we may see some cars coming down pit road to make adjustments. They need to let some air out, whatever the case may be, but it's going to be crucial. We have the 33 of Alexander Savage making his first flying lap, 2:18.5. So, as the only car with a flying lap so far, he is going to set our provisional pole at the moment, but other cars are circulating around the track, working their way through for their first flying laps. You saw that blue and white car go off in turn number 4 there. That is the 33 of Alexander Savage. He is your only car with a flying lap on record right now. But now the 1 of Axel Rabads and Kevin Jr. have come by for their start of their first flying laps. So we're keeping an eye on them. 82 of Chris Becker has also made it out on track, so 6 cars now circulating around the circuit. Those 2 cars in shot there should be the 1 of Axel Rabads and the 11 of Kevin Jr. I believe the 1 is in the front of that group. No, sorry, the 1 is the second car in that pairing. So that's going to be Axel Rabads at the front. Kevin Jr. with the green on top is the 11, I believe. Get confirmation next time they come by the tower here. No, that's not Kevin Jr. Kevin Jr. just came by start finish to put his first flying lap in with a 238.2. So the other two cars that we were following, not the ones that we were expecting. Across the line comes the 8 of Braden Eves, moving into pole position with a 217.398. Daniel Rodriguez also sets his first flying lap at 222.2. In third position right now during this 20-minute qualifying session. Just about halfway through, so another 10 minutes. So we'll see probably 3 or 4 more laps from these cars, depending on how long they want to stay out on these tires and how long the grip stays there. Watching cars work their way around the track here. Yes, FARA is a Formula 4 chassis. It uses a special engine package for Formula FARA weekends. As Alexander Savage crosses the line again to retake pole position from Braden Eves, a 217.1, 2.5 tenths between the two drivers at the front right now. 82 of Chris Becker with his first flying lap, a 220.5, moving into the third spot there. And the 1 of Axel Robards coming down pit lane. We talked about maybe looking at tires, checking on the grip. And the 11 of Kevin Jr. sets a personal best, a 236.9. That car coming into turn 3 right now is your pole sitter. The 8 of Brandon Eves took the lead back with a 217.0 from Alexander Savage. Working his way through the green park now. '99 of David Twatty also came in and got some work done there. So probably some tire adjustments, trying to make sure that these tires don't get too worn out, too overheated on this very hot day here in Central Florida. Watching two cars head through turn 16. Talked about it in earlier sessions, but one of the most important corners, if not the most important corner of the track, leading on to the longest straightaway. Every mile-an-hour counts there as you head down towards Sunset Bend, turn number 17. The famously bumpy final turn here at Sebring International Raceway. And on screen now is the 8 of Brandon Eves heading into the Green Park there. Still your pole sitter with a 2:17.0. Only a tenth between him and Alexander Savage in the 33. Daniel Rodriguez in the 89 sets a personal best at a 2:20.0. Moves just ahead of Chris Becker by slightly less than half a second. Turn 7, the safety pin as it's called now. Yeah, the old hairpin used to run all the way out to that concrete you're seeing there directly in front of the tire barrier. But over the years, it's been redone, changed up little by little. And now we just have some runoff, what used to be the old track there. Alexander Savage crosses the line again, a 2:17.2, so no improvements, but very consistent in those low 2:17s. Wondering if we find a couple more tenths to move ahead, reclaim that pole position from Brandon Eves in the number 8 car. Brandon Eves able to find some more time, down to a 2:16.7. So the gap widens between him and the 33 of Alexander Savage. Now 4/10 of a second between your top two, and only 3 minutes to go in the session. So 1 or 2 more laps for these drivers, depending on where they are on track. The 1 of Axel Rabatz just crossed the start-finish line, heading down into turn number 3 now. His first flying lap after making a small adjustment on pit road. See if that was able to get the car in shape. He can run a flying lap right now. Best time of 5:27.1. So no factor for him at the moment. He'll need to do some work. Bard's a familiar name if you have watched previous FARA broadcasts. In our Formula FARA series, both the Miami Grand Prix and Miami 500 earlier this year. Now the 99 of David Twatty, the first flying lap we've seen, 2:20.0. So he moves into 3rd position, just ahead of Daniel Rodriguez by 0.05 seconds at the moment. Extremely close for the 3rd position there, the inside line. Alexander Savage is on pit lane. I'm watching the pit crew check tire pressures right now. Checking on the driver. We'll see if there's enough time to get back out for a flying lap, but at about 1.5 minutes to go, I'm not sure that's going to be possible for him. Across the line again for the number 8. Brandon Eves finds more time, a 2:16.4, widening the gap even further from 4/10 to now 7/10 of a second between 1st and 2nd. There he goes through turn 3, heading into the Green Park. Turns 4 and 5, and then under the bridge, down to the hairpin. Looking across, the starter has the checker flag in hand and will wave it. David Twatty will be the first to see the checkered flag. He runs a 220.1, no improvement, but Axel Robards with a 219.1 last time by. So the adjustments were right. Moves into third position in this qualifying session for Formula FARA. Comes the 8 of Brandon Eves, and another improvement, a 216.222 to finish off the session. Brandon Eves looks to be your pole sitter for this evening's race, coming to you at 5:20 p.m. Eastern Time. 82 of Chris Becker pulling down pit lane. He will not run another flying lap. I believe that is the last 2 cars on track. Oh, we've got one more. The 1, Axel Robards, a personal best of 218.5, remains in third position. So your Formula FARA qualifying looks like this. Brandon Eves on pole position with a 216.2. Next, the 33 of Alexander Savage, and the number 1 of Axel Robards, the 99 of David Twatty, followed by Daniel Rodriguez in the 89, the inside of row number 3. The outside of row number 3, the 82 of Chris Becker, and rounding out the field, the 11 of Kevin Jr. We're going to take a short break, very short break, because coming up next is our Prototype and GT race number 1. Prototype and GT race number 1 right after this. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway for FARA's Memorial 300. I'm Nick Soriano up on the third floor of the tower. And this broadcast presented by BTL. Up next is your prototype and GT race number 1. Let's run through your starting grid here as the cars make their way around the 3.6 mile circuit. We already see a green Porsche pulling off at turn 1. It's the 47 car of Justin Levine, and we'll get to that one soon. The 16 of Roden Unessi is your pole sitter. On the outside of him, Connor Quall. After that, David Twatty in the 268, the 10 of Marcus Jewell, the 21X of Jody Miller, the 08 of Miguel Angel Marcano Jr., then Sophia Baszler, Michael Coquad. The 47 of Justin Levine was planned to be the inside of row number 9. The 77 of James Candelaria. Then the 84 of Avi Cohen. The 129 of Miguel Angel Marcano. The 30 of Amy Lewis, our lone prototype entry. The 66 of David Lita. 55 Jose De Las Casas. The 96 of Larry Giles on the outside of row number 8. The 77X of Marco and Rick, one of our endurance teams that we see at all of our races. They are the inside of row number 9. Jeff Williams in the 31 in 18th position. In 19th, the 53 of Gary Young. Then Brett Clemenzi in the 178. Jill Urso in the 46. And Pete Ballou on the outside of row number 11. The 256 of Alejandro Garcia. On the outside at 47X, Nicholas Moussard. And the 45 of Louise Albuquerque. The 13 of Fabian Santos. Then the 99 of Adam Fetterman. The 198 of Ben Arce. The 21 of Henry Jerem wraps up your first group. This does look like it is a split start on my grid sheet. So the second group will be the 111 of Albin Roman. The 317 of Hermogenes Ramirez. The 89 of Luis Rene Canois. The 6 of Wilbur Perez. And the 725 of Moises Cordero wraps up your field. 34 cars on the grid sheet. Pretty big group we've got running around today. Now, not many of these cars are all in the same class. I think our biggest class is about 6 cars. So we do have races within the race here. Of course, anyone near the front would love to be the overall winner, but it all comes down to your class win. Classes run from GT1A all the way to Honda Wars. So there is a car for everyone out there for this session. As the field makes their way through turn 17 now, heading towards start-finish line. We see the lights out on that pace car. This car is going to come down pit road and will be in the hands of the 16 Roden Unessi as they work down the front stretch. Here they come now. The green flag waves. And Roden Unessi in that black Lamborghini is going to take a jump very early. Looks like a great start. We'll have a clean shot into turn number 1. As we go through turn number 1, we see some 2-wide action all the way back there as the cars start to file in. See who's going to play nice, who's going to try and make moves early on. Down into turn number 3. 16 continues to lead 2 Lamborghinis at the front of that field. Into turn 3, 4. The 16 is that black leading one. 27 is the silver Lamborghini just behind. As the field works works their way through. A little bit of dust getting kicked up through turns 4 and 5. Pretty common here at Sebring. Turn number 7 looks pretty good. Single file, everyone playing nicely so far in this 25-minute race. Leaders making their way through turn 13 now, heading towards Bishop's Bend, turns 14, and then 15, 16, 16A, leading on to the backstretch. We'll follow them through. There is Bishop's Bend. See how fast those cars go flying through that left-hander. It's really a double apex turn, a lot of fun to drive through. But it's called Bishop's Bend for a reason, especially if we see some rain later tonight in our endurance race. But right now, clear skies, so no water to be worried about as the cars work their way down into turn 17. A tight group at the front. Your front 3 cars, Roden Unesi, Connor Coyle, and Marcus Jewell, all in GT1A. At the front, your leader remains the 16 of Roden Unesi, followed by the 27 of Connor Quayle and the 10 of Marcus Jewell. Jody Miller in the 21X, right behind, about 3 seconds behind the leader, 2 seconds behind third place. As they work their way down towards turn number 7. Great battle at the front into the braking zone. No one's going to step out of line. No one quite close enough to make a pass right now as they proceed single file through turn number 7. We watch the rest of the field come through turn number 7. Side-by-side action here and there as the classes tend to sort themselves out based on what the cars were initially built for. Out front, continuing to work their way through, now in Bishop's Bend towards 15 and 16. They remain single file, heading through 15 and 16, and on their way towards turn 17, Sunset Bend. Your front 3 come by start finish again. 27 now in the lead, making a pass on Roden Unesi. So that is going to be the lead given back. Roden Unesi going to continue to lead as they head into turn number 3. Silver car pokes his nose out. No, just getting around traffic. That's the 47 of Justin Levine that we saw earlier. They work their way through. So Justin Levine was able to get going again after having some sort of issue with the start, but well back, already being lapped by the leaders. There's a white Miata that you might see come into the frame too. Also not one of the leaders, if you can believe it. The Miata not quite able to keep up with those front-running Lamborghinis, but he's out there running in one of the slower classes. Through Bishop's Bend go our leaders, heading into 15 and 16. Continuing to be that black Lamborghini of Roden Unessi leading the way. Connor Quayle, though, right behind in the 27, currently has the fastest lap. Only a couple of tenths faster than Roden Unessi. But nonetheless, that car definitely has the speed in it. We'll see as they head into 17. Any moves? No, no one close enough there. So your top three continue to run nose to tail, about a car length between each one. But this time, the 10 of Marcus Jewell looking a little bit closer to the 27. We'll see if he's able to make a run into turn number 1. Not quite, but you can see that gap a little bit closer than the gap between Connor and Roden. Looking a little further back in the field, Jody Miller still in the 21X holding 4th position. David Twatty jumped out of that Formula FARA and into his Porsche in GT1A and is a 5th. Roberto Dalla Costa, though, is your fastest car on track with a 208.9, over half a second faster than your leaders. So there is a 15-second gap and only a 25-minute session, but the car will certainly have the legs to try and make a push if anyone at the front makes a mistake. Your GT2A leader, Miguel Angel Marcano Jr., is in 7th overall. He does not have any pressure until James Candelaria, who's back in 11th, so feeling pretty comfortable there. GT1B, Sophia Basler hanging in the lead. The 4X of Michael Coquad, a couple spots behind in 10th and 9th. The 129 of Miguel Angel Marcano, not Junior, just regular Marcano. After that, Avi Cohen, Marco and Rick, David Lita in GT2B. He was your pole sitter and continues to lead by 12 seconds over Larry Giles. GT5, Pete Ballou continuing to lead there. He's ahead of Alejandro Garcia, Nicholas Moussard, Henry Jarem, and Adam Fetterman. Talked about Marco and Rick. The second place car in GT4 is Brett Clemenzi. He's 25 seconds back, so no pressure in GT4. Jose de las Casas continues to lead GT3 ahead of Jill Urso by 11 seconds, and then Luis Albuquerque and Fabian Santos. The Honda Wars, though, Hermogenes Ramirez has taken the lead from the pole sitter Albin Roman, now running almost 4 seconds ahead of the 111 machine. And Luis Rene Kenowa is about 0.8 of a second back from the 111 in 3rd. Wilbur Perez in 4th and Moises Cordero in 5th. All right, focusing back to our overall leaders in GT1A. No changes at the front. Roden Unessi continuing to lead by just 0.2 of a second right now. So a very close gap for them. Is that our leaders there? No, not quite. Not quite in turns 15 and 16 yet. We're going to try and pick them back up and follow them around. There they are. They're working their way through traffic in turn 16. We'll catch them in turn 17. But right now, Ronan Unessi continuing to lead over Connor Quayle and Marcus Jewell. We're less than half a second between the three of them last time by. This time, though, Connor Quayle will take the lead over Marcus Jewell now. Roden Unesi moves from first to third, almost 3 seconds back from Connor in the 27. Further back in the Honda Wars category, I just saw the 111 of Roman and the 89 of Kanawat running through 0.3 of a second apart, looking for that second spot on the podium. They are battling it out. But the 16 of Roden Unesi has fallen way back. David Twatty now close, can see that Lamborghini in his windshield. And he is followed by Roberto Dalla Costa and Jody Miller in the 21X. All three of them hunting down that black Lamborghini as Connor and Marcus, the 27 and the 10, continue to pull away at the front. That traffic we talked about them working through must have had something to do with the way that that all shook out, because now the order looks quite different from just a lap ago. We are hearing some reports of a waving yellow flag around track. Sounded like turn 14, so we'll see if we can see anything in our cameras. There's that waving flag. Unable to see the car, but we were able to see the flag waving. Some cones definitely in a new position. So maybe something happened there, a couple of little side-by-side action. Race at the front continues. Your leader, Connor Quayle, in the 27. That silver and white Lamborghini over the 10 of Marcus Jewell. That black GT car, I can't tell what that is. I gotta look at it next time by. They are nose to tail, working their way through traffic, going into turn 10 now. Might be able to catch them turn 13. The safety workers are out at turn 14 now, looking to get that situation all cleaned up. Right now it's just a local caution, so we'll see if they decide to throw a full course to get things cleaned up or if it stays local. And now we see it. The double yellows appear at the start stand. We are going to go full course caution with 10 minutes to go in this session. The pace car will pick up the 27 of Connor Quayle, and he will lead them around as they come into turn number 1 there. You can see the safety car waiting. The safety car is rolling, and just outside my window, Connor in the 27, Cuvale, Quayle in GT1A, your overall leader, will get picked up by that as the field regroups. All the safety vehicles have their lights on for a full course caution. We're going to step aside for just a moment, and we'll come back to make sure we catch the restart or let you know how this session ends. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway for the FARA Memorial 300. Right now we are in the middle of race number 1 for our prototypes and GTs. Under a full course caution at the moment, we're going to run through the current standings just to let you know what's going on, and then we'll try to get you an update if this race is going to get started again or if it is going to be ended a little early. Starting at the top, GT1A, Connor Cavale in the 27 is leading over Marcus Jewell in the 10. David Twatty in the 268 is third, followed by the 21X of Jody Miller and the 17 of Roberto Dalla Costa, the 129 of Miguel Angel Marcano, and Rodin Unesi. Looks like he has had to retire that car as it has not completed the same amount of laps as everyone else. So that is your GT1A field. And GT1B, Sophia Basler is leading over Michael Coquad. Justin Levine not able to complete a full lap, so he is going to pull in, and he will be third in GT1B. In GT2A, let's find them on the list. Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. is leading with the 08 machine over James Candelaria, Gary Young in third, and Avi Cohen in fourth. In GT2B, David Lita in the 66 is leading over Larry Giles and Jeff Williams. In GT3, Jose de las Casas will lead over Jill Urso in the 46, and the 13 of Fabian Santos is third. Louise Albuquerque is going to be fourth in that class. In GT4, we have a lone entrant of... Oh, sorry, we have two entries in GT4. 77X of Marco and Rick is leading over the 178 of Brent Clemenzi. And GT4B, Ben Arce, the only entry there. GT5, Alejandro Garcia in the 256 is leading over the 99 of Adam Fetterman. 47X of Nicholas Moussard, 21 of Henry Jarem, and Pete Ballou, who had been leading for the beginning of the race and then was also your pole sitter for that class, is in fifth. I wonder if that car is the car that they are working on in turn 14 right now. He's only completed 4 laps at the moment. Finally, your Honda Wars. Hermogenes Ramirez, in the 317 is leading in Honda Wars. The 89 of Luis Rene Canwate is your second place car. The 111 of Albin Roman, then the 6 of Wilbur Perez, and the 725 of Moises Cordero. Looking at my monitor, it looks like the lights are off on the pace car. A little hard to tell. But the double yellows are still at the start stand, so I believe we are going to see a checkered flag. Yes, this session will end a little early under caution, and that will wrap things up for race number 1. All of your standings just as I read them out. No changes there. So we are going to have a little bit of a break coming up next. HPDE Intermediate and Advanced, followed by HPDE Beginner and Novice. Then at 3:25, we'll be back for Formula FARA. No, we'll be back for Pro SM. Sorry. Yes, we'll have, HPDE Beginner and Novice is first, then Intermediate and Advanced, then the Pro SM Shootout at 4:30. So don't go anywhere. We've got lots of racing to go for the rest of the evening. I'm Nick Soriano. We'll be back soon. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway for the FARA Memorial 300. I'm Nick Soriano up here in the tower, ready to get started with Prospec Miata. Their 15-minute shootout is upcoming, and we've got a great race in store for you as Spec Miata always puts on a lovely show. Let's run through the grid, see who is leading the field. That would be the number 48, Frankie Barroso. Then the 101 of Michael Fountain, 56 of Todd Burris, followed by the 24 of Alex Acosta, the 55 of Center Smith to the inside of row number 3, then the 143 of Mark Curley, the 52 of Lucas Theck, the 09 of Chris Clark, 74 of Rob Bailey, then the 92 of Corey Collum, the inside of row number 6, 54 Natalino Scapatici, then the 20 of Mike Hitchme, the 14 of Christopher Jarem, and the 17 of Kalen Kinley, the 09 of Jill Urso, the 69 of Aaron Price, followed by the 18 of Jack Cronin, the 23 of Gino Angela, the 32 of Kristen Janik, the 65 of Louis Bustani will be 20th. The inside of row number 11, the 81, Joseph Saddington, followed by the 3 of Grayson Knoll, the 127 of Camden Brown, the 117 of Mark Kinley, the 99 of Noah Fetterman, and rounding out our Prospec Miata lineup, the 21 of Luis Quinones. Now, Spec Miata at Sebring is quite a sight to see. These cars do have a fairly soft suspension compared to other race cars, so they can handle the bumps very well. You'll see them going too wide in a lot of corners. A little bit of bump drafting here and there, but temperatures are still in the 90s right now. So it's going to be crucial for drivers to decide when is the right time to bump draft and when is the right time to poke that nose out, get some fresh air over the radiator. And they only have 15 minutes to do all of that decision making before the checkered flag waves. A short little shootout here, but some big implications. AAG, one of our Spec Miata teams, has sponsored this race with a $500 prize to be cashed out among the top 3. So it is going to be a good one. Will Frankie Barroso be able to keep it at the front? Or will Michael Fountain and Todd Burris find a way around? Alex Acosta, also a contender there. All of them front runners at previous FARA events, like the Miami 500 and the Miami Grand Prix. And looking back, Center Smith and Mark Curley, we saw them working together. So they've got some teamwork working in their favor. We'll see if they're able to put some laps together, work their way up to the front of the field. But so far this weekend, it has been all Frankie Barroso in that red number 48. On the outside is going to be that green 101 of Michael Fountain. One of our only NA cars, pop-up headlight Miatas, that is going to be near the front of the field. That white car is Todd Burris, and the orange car is the 24 of Alex Acosta. As we focus on other battles around the track, I'll try to do my best to point out car colors so that you can keep track at home on the stream. If you're watching around the track, hopefully you'll be able to see the numbers pretty well as they pass you by. But here we go, the lights are out. Cars making their way through turn number 17. Frankie Barroso has the field, and the green flag will wave. Frankie Barroso and Todd Burris with a great start. Michael Fountain a little bit slow. Alex Acosta moving to the outside, the far right, to try and get around as they make their way into turn number 1. We're fanning out 3, maybe 4 wide as they go through. A devastating start from Michael Fountain, unable to catch the jump on that green flag drop, and he's going to drop back significantly as they make their way into turn number 3. Frankie Barroso and Todd Burris leading the field. Here we go through turns 4 and 5. The dust kicking up, a Spec Miata signature there. Nothing to be too alarmed about, just a tire dropped off. Michael Fountain looking to drop back. Looks like he dropped back all the way to 5th now. So a lot of work for the outside front row starter to make his way back to the front. And Todd Burris is all over the back bumper of Frankie Barroso as they make their way out of the hairpin to turn number 10. Everything looks fairly clean so far. Don't see any cars facing the wrong direction, so a great start to our Spec Miata shootout here at Sebring International Raceway. And as they come towards turn 13 here, the tower turn, it's going to continue to be Frankie Barroso leading Todd Burris, Alex Acosta in 3rd. And Center Smith looks to have moved up into that 4th position now, defending for Michael Fountain in the 101. They'll make their way towards Bishop's Bend. Great shot of how fast they come by through there. They've got all the cones cleaned up from the previous incident. And now through turn 15 and 16, single file. No moves, looking, oh, a little bit of a move. That looked like Michael Fountain trying to go up the inside of the blue car. That may have been the 143 of Mark Curley. After that, all single file through the rest of the pack through turn 16. Making their way to turn 17. Frankie Barroso in the lead still. That second pack awfully tight though. A lot of cars between 3rd and probably 10th or 11th. All lined up nose to tail. As they come across start finish line. It's going to be Frankie Barroso continuing to lead, and Todd Burris, Alex Acosta, Lucas Theck is the car that was under attack by the 101 of Michael Fountain. Chris Clark in the 09, a big start from 8th position up to 6th. Then Rob Bailey, Center Smith, Mark Curley, and Christopher Jarem rounding out your top 10. Cars making their way through turns 4 and 5 again. See a little more dust being kicked up. Those front 2 cars starting to open up the lead. And it looks like Michael Fountain made a way all the way up. He's going to go around the outside, try to make a move on Alex Acosta into the hairpin. On the outside, unable to get the job done as Alex Acosta will defend 3rd. And they're going to start falling back if they continue to battle this early on in the shootout. It is a 15-minute session. With 11 minutes to go, there's time for teamwork. These two can work together to try and catch those front 2, especially if Frankie Barroso starts to get a little racy. Michael Fountain moving up to the inside again at turn number 10, trying to make the move on Alex Acosta. From here, it looks like Alex was able to stay. The 24 will continue to be in 3rd, but we will watch that battle as they move into turn 13. There go Frankie and Todd in the 48 and 56, and Alex Acosta in the 24 will stay at the front of that second group. Down into Bishop's Bend now we go. And then into 15 and 16. Todd right on the back, the 56 right on the back of the 48 of Barroso. Acosta in the 24 continuing to hold off Michael Fountain. But it seems like it's only a matter of time before Michael's going to be able to make a move as we look at turn 17 as they come down the straightaway. The 48 and the 56 make their way through. The 101 trying to find a way around, going around the outside. We will have to see when they come to the stripe. Will they make it? 48 and the 56 still hanging out front. But now the 9 is going to be making a move. Chris Clark and Lucas Theck able to hook up. And now they have pushed into 4th and 5th. Michael Fountain back to 6th position. Center Smith and Rob Bailey working together as well. 55 and 74. as the 143 comes down pit lane without a bumper. Wonder what happened there. That's Mark Curley losing a little bit of bodywork somewhere on track. We'll see if that causes any sort of delays, debris flags, anything like that around track. This time it's Lucas Theck in the 52 trying to attack Alex Acosta into the hairpin. Looking inside, pulls back in line. No, goes for the move on the inside. Theck is up the inside and runs wide. Misses it completely, and he's going to fall back now. Alex Acosta is going to give up one spot, though. Who snuck by? Was that the 09 of Chris Clark? Sneaks by after a mistake from Lucas Theck in turn number 7. So Chris Clark into third now. We'll have to check in turn 13's camera where that mistake put the 52 car. Frankie Barroso opening up a little bit more of a gap on Todd Burris, but he is right there still. There goes the 09, the 24. I'm able to see who that 5th place car was, but we'll know next time by at the timing stripe. Working their way through Bishop's Bend, now 15 and 16. There goes that second group now, looking at 17. There are your leaders, the red car, the 48 of Frankie Barroso, the white car, 56 of Todd Burris. A big lead back to the 09 of Chris Clark, who is leading that group. Alex Acosta, the orange car, in fourth. Oh, that was Michael Fountain, the 101 leading. He was the one who was able to get in front after that mistake by Lucas Theck. Lucas drops all the way back to 8th. From 4th, battling for 3rd, all the way to 8th on one lap. Very unfortunate there. Chris Clark is in 5th, Center Smith in 6th, and Rob Bailey 7th. Corey Collum also working his way up, now in 9th position. Just saw the 32 car of Kristen Janik give Grayson Knoll a little bump. Oh no, that was the 117 of Mark Kinley. They work their way through. Our leaders still out in front. Frankie Barroso opening up about an 8 or 9 car length gap there on Todd Burris. I don't think Todd is going to be able to make that up in the remaining 5 minutes. But Michael Fountain fighting his way back to 3rd now. Alex Acosta in 4th, and the 24, that orange and black spec Miata. Right behind them, Chris Clark, stalking, waiting for a mistake, trying to find some room, some extra speed to make his way up there. Turn 13. Everyone looks clean. Small kick of dust there. And then we're going to head into turn 14 now. There goes Michael Fountain. And into turn 16. You see out front that big gap that Frankie Barroso has opened up over the 56 of Burris. And then there's Michael Fountain, Acosta, Clark. And that looked like Lucas Theck making his way back up into the mix. After that big off in turn 7, he recovered well. As they cross start finish again, the gap now over 2.5 seconds. Back to Todd Burris, Michael Fountain in 3rd with a gap of 1 0.7 seconds to Alex Acosta. And yes, Lucas Theck has made it by Center Smith and Rob Bailey into the 6th position. So trying to work his way back up, once as high as 4th position, trying to get into 3rd when that mistake happened. 92 of Corey Collum has now made it to the back bumper of Center Smith. He's going to try to make a move, see if he can find any room. Nothing yet for Corey Collum. Not able to get past Center Smith yet. Maybe on this lap. That is the battle for 8th position. But out front, the gap continuing to widen. Frankie Barroso putting more and more space between him and that 2nd place car, the 56 of Burris. Last time by, Michael Fountain was almost 2 seconds faster than Todd Burris. So there's a possibility with 2 laps to go or so that we may be able to see Michael catch up. The gap right now, 4.3 seconds. So he's going to need some help, but it is possible. We'll see this time by how things shake up, what the gap is at the start-finish line. They make their way through turn 17 now. No, they head towards turn 17, excuse me. There they are. That big gap out in front. Doesn't look like Michael Fountain's been able to quite close up as much as I thought, but the white flag is out. Frankie Barroso in the red 48, starting his final lap to try to win the shootout at the FARA Memorial 300. Followed by Todd Burris in the 56, the 101 of Michael Fountain. Chris Clark and Lucas Theck close behind. As they make their way down towards the hairpin now, gap is closing. And now the battle for 4th, though, is heating up as Lucas Theck tried to go through, unable to make it happen. Now Rob Bailey is going to push Alex Acosta ahead. They have the outside line going into the hairpin. 3 cars on the inside. Alex Acosta is going to make it out. He's going to maintain 4th position, but right behind Rob Bailey, and it looks like Chris Clark are going to hold 5th and 6th position. Then Lucas Theck, then Corey Collum, and now the 14 of Christopher Jarem. All of them within striking distance of that 4th position, trying to find their way up there. May not be a spot on the podium, but it doesn't mean they're not going to fight hard for it. Right now, with the small gap Alex Acosta has, he's going to want to try and make the most of it, run away from them. It's going to be tough. As they go through turn 14 there's Todd Burris and Michael Fountain. Michael Fountain starting to close the gap. Could we see a change on the podium? Alex Acosta opening up a little bit of a gap there. The 14 looks like it made it by Corey Collum on that last shot. We'll have to double check. There goes Acosta. Chris Clark, then Rob Bailey, your front 3 in that 3rd group at this point. I'll say that Todd and Michael, 56 and 101, are their own 2nd group. Last car is taking the white flag. The checkered is out. And Frankie Barroso will win the Spec Miata shootout here at the Memorial 300. Todd Burris in third. Michael Fountain in fourth. And as we come to the line looking back, Alex Acosta has a nice gap to fourth. Fifth, Chris Clark and Lucas Theck. Chris Jerem, Rob Bailey, Center Smith. And Corey Collum coasts by all the way back in 12th. He fell back hard after fighting for fourth. But the 54 of Nataliano Scapatici, Mike Hitchme both make it by Corey. Then we have Kalen Kinley, Louis Bustani, Gino Angela, Mark Kinley, Kristen Janik, Rob Ashcroft, Grayson Knoll, Camden Brown, Jill Urso, Noah Fetterman, Joseph Saddington. In 24th, we have Luis Canones, then Mark Curley, and Aaron Price, unable to complete all the laps there, unfortunately. Wow, what a great shootout. The battle for the lead never really contested. Frankie Barroso, wire-to-wire win. But after that, we had a lot of shakeup between second and 10th, really. A lot of battles going on. So if this is signs of things to come in the next Spec Miata races tomorrow, we are surely in for a treat. All right, that will wrap up the Prospec Miata shootout here at the FARA Memorial 300. The next session up, the Superlap series will be out on track. And right after the Superlap series, we'll return with Formula FARA race number 1 at about 5:20 p.m. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We will see you guys soon. Welcome back, race fans, to Sebring International Raceway. We are here for the FARA Memorial 300. I am Nick Soriano up in the tower here. And we have the Formula FARA race number 1 about to kick off. 7 drivers out on track for this one. Let's run through your starting lineup as the cars make their way through turn 13. Your pole position is the number 8, Braden Eves, 216.222. In second, the 33 of Alexander Savage, the 217.1. In third, the 1 of Axel Robards, a 218.5. After that, in fourth, the 99 of David Twatty, 220.0. Then the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez, also a 220.0. Not much between those two cars. Then the 82 of Chris Becker, 220.5. And rounding out your Formula FARA field, the number 11 of Kevin Jr. So here we go. Formula FARA at Sebring. 7 cars all lined up, making their way down to turn number 17. Lights are out on the pace car as they make their way. The field will now be in the hands of Braden Eves as they work towards the start stand. Trying to poke my head around and see. And here they come. Pace car is pulled in. Field is making their way towards start finish, and the green flag is out. The 8 car, the dark black car at the front of the field with a great start. The 33 of Alexander Savage falls about a car length back. 2 more cars making their way on pit road right now. They'll join the field late, but into turn number 1 they go. Braden Eves leading the way. Alexander Savage going to try and make a move. Nothing there, too far back as they move through turn 3 down to 4 and 5. The carousel, as it is known here at Sebring International. Black car leading the way is the number 8, then the 33, white and blue car. A ways back, the blue and orange car is David Twatty, the 99. He had a good start, moving his way up to 3rd in front of Chris Becker. A little bit of side-by-side action in the hairpin there. David Twatty is going to fall back after that move. And we do have a car stopped as well. Tough to see which one that is. But he has continued now. So a little bit of an off there, but looks like everything's okay. Can't quite make out a number with my binoculars from here in the booth. So we'll give you an update next time by, see which car that was. Out in front, as they head into turn 13, you'll see them pop up soon. Oh, there's 14. Yep, Braden Eves leading Alexander Savage. 1st and 2nd. Then the next group behind them. I can see the blue and orange of the 99, and I think the black and green of the 82. That's Chris Becker. It might be Daniel Rodriguez or Cam Becker who got caught up in that little shuffle in turn number 7 there. Into turn 17. Single file for the most part. But nose to tail at the front of the field. You'll see them coming into frame. Turn number 1. The 8 of Braden Eves is going to lead Alexander Savage, but not by much. Alexander Savage nowhere to make a move just yet. Maybe into turn number 3 now. Nothing there. Good turn 1 through turn 3 for Braden Eves. Able to hold on to things. Cam Becker was the one who was able to survive. He is going to be in 3rd, followed by Daniel Rodriguez in the 89 and the 99 of David Twatty, making up your top 5. Chris Becker, the 82, looks to have fallen back. Axel Robards and Kevin Jr. joining the field late. So they are working their way around the track for their first lap. They came out of pit lane after the start. But out in front, Braden Eves and Alexander Savage battling it out. Coming across the screen there, Braden Eves continuing to lead. But Cam Becker making up some ground on that group, it looks like. We'll see, unless that was a lapped car. Tough to tell. Not able to get car numbers on these formula cars as easily. A bit of lap traffic already due to that late start we had from a couple of the drivers, but they're working their way down to turn 17 now. And we'll see if Alexander Savage can stay on that back bumper of Braden Eves. He can. Still a very close race. Tight in that draft. The 31 of Cam Becker has closed the gap significantly. 3 seconds faster that last time by. And the fastest lap we've seen out of a Formula FARA car this weekend, a 2:15.679 for the 31 machine. So with that lap, the 8 and the 33 are now on notice. Cam Becker is going to be on them quickly. Making their way out of turn number 5 and 6 into the bus stop, into the hairpin, excuse me, at the wrong track. Eves continues to lead over Savage. And Cam Becker stalking in the background. He is going to get there soon. I imagine by the end of this lap, we'll have all 3 cars nose to tail. As long as no one makes a mistake. David Twatty has gotten around the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez. He is in 4th now. So the 99 in front of the 89. And then Chris Becker, a solid 16 seconds back after Daniel Rodriguez in the 89. And there are your front 3 cars working their way through Bishop's Bend. About 2 car lengths between all of them. Now through turn 16. Work their way down to turn 17. You'll see David Twatty just coming into frame as we switch over to turn 17. So that is the gap from 3rd to 4th. Here they come. No one close enough to make a move, but the gap from Eves to Savage is open and Becker to Savage has closed. Cam Becker in the 31 will be coming soon as they cross start finish. Less than a car length, and Becker is securely in the draft of Alexander Savage. Going into turn number 1, will he have the space to make a move? He's going to try it around the outside. Unable to fall back in line as they move in towards turn number 3. Here they come. Is this the opportunity? Becker goes up the inside, and yes, he's going to make the pass on Alexander Savage. So the 31 of Cam Becker moves into 2nd in front of Alexander Savage in the 33. Braden Eves rattles off his best lap, 16.484. But Cam Becker with a 2:14.8. Still a 1.5 seconds faster than the number 8 car. Becker is on a mission right now. He's got Braden Eves securely in his sight. Should be able to close the gas. We'll see if Alexander Savage can follow Cam Becker, maybe find some time of his own. Stay with him as he moves towards the front of the field, or if he's going to get left behind even further. Rodriguez looking to make a move up the inside of David Twatty in turn 10. We don't have a camera there, so not able to see that. But it looks like he's able to make the pass stick. We'll go to turn 13, see if we can see them come by. No, nothing there yet. We're looking to see first, second, and third, still the same. Yes, Rodriguez was able to make it stick. Just saw them in turn 14. He is in front of David Twatty now. So a change for fourth position as well. Rodriguez with the black and green livery on that car. The blue and orange is the 99 of David Twatty. But back at the front, Braden Eves trying to hold off Cam Becker. And Cam Becker is right on the back bumper. Alexander Savage falling behind the two of them now. 2 seconds back. But Cam Becker, 0.2 of a second at the stripe, and it's only closing. He made the move into turn 3 last time. We'll see if he does it again this time. Looking up the inside, not able to find any space. Maybe through the carousel here. Is there any openings available for Cam Becker? Or will Braden Eves hold them off? He does. Braden Eves in the 8 machine will stay at the front. Cam Becker trying to find a spot. Doesn't look close enough into the braking zone of 7. They'll go single file through turn 7, down towards our blind spot in turn number 10. And it looks like at the end of that lap, the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez had an issue. A lap time of a 2:53, so well off pace. It's thrown him back. So David Twatty moves into 4th, Chris Becker into 5th, an 82 car. Slowly recovering after that big incident, turn number 7 at the beginning there. Cars head through turn 16 down to turn 17. Looks like Braden Eves continuing to hold off Cam Becker. Those cars very similar, so on the camera they may have made a move while we're in our blind spot. We'll see how they look this time by, but there is a big gap there between first and second, whoever it may be. And out the window, it is the 31. Cam Becker able to make the pass somewhere along the line there, and he has taken the lead. The 8 of Braden Eves moves to second. The 33 of Alexander Savage runs a personal best, but still well off the pace of Becker and Eves right now. The 99 of Twatty coming by. Then the 11 of Axel Robards. Sorry, that's Kevin Jr. timing screen. Alexander Savage looking to make a pass on Braden Eves now. He has made it to the back bumper of the 8 car. We'll see how that shakes out. We'll check turn 13 when we get there. For now, they're fighting their ways through turns 10, 11, and 12. As they go through turn 13, Braden Eves has held off Alexander Savage, the blue and white car. 3rd car in line still, but Cam Becker checking out. He is definitely the fastest car we've got on track right now. Doing a great job hitting his marks. Keeps it clean for the next 17 minutes or so, he's going to be able to make it. Well, maybe a little less than that. This is a 10-lap race. They've already completed lap 5, working lap 6, so we're halfway through. Oh, and this time by Braden Eves has made it back. Cam Becker made a mistake out there somewhere. Now Braden Eves taking the lead back from Cam Becker. Alexander Savage right behind. 2.5 seconds between the front 3 cars. Everyone within striking distance. We've got about 4 laps to go. Difficult to see on the screen the differences between the 8 and the 31. It looks like Braden Eves continuing to lead. Yes, that is the 8 out in front. I was able to catch that with the binoculars. So Braden Eves, another half of a lap completed, holding on to the lead once again. Started out on the pole, had a great start. Cam Becker came charging up, took the lead. And now, Braden Eves back in front after a 1-lap stint. As they move through turn 14, Bishop's Bend, Cam Becker closing the gap. First and second looking really close. They'll come into frame now. Nose to tail between Becker and Eves. Now the long straightaway into turn number 17. They are working their way. They'll pop up in frame. Right side of your screen now as they turn in. Side-by-side action. It looks like Becker is going to go around the outside. See if he can make it stick when they come to start-finish line. Out the window, it is Cam Becker back out in front. An outside pass in turn number 17, and he is the new leader once again. Braden Eves in second, Alexander Savage waiting there in third, 2.5 seconds back from the lead. But within striking distance, if those front 2 get a little bit too racy and stay side by side for more than 1 or 2 corners, he's going to be right back in the mix. We've got a car off in turn 5. That may be, was that our leader? Might have been Cam Becker pushing a little too hard through there. See if we can see on the binoculars here. I wasn't able to confirm which car that was that went off in turn number 4. Now a little bit of an attack from Axel Robards on David Twatty, not fighting for position, but both on track, and he is going to make the move through turn 7. Again, not for position. David Twatty still will remain in 4th as Robards is a couple laps down, but putting in some good lap times, getting ready for tomorrow's races, that's for sure. So now the lead at the front opens up significantly. Either Cam Becker or Braden Eves is going to be your leader. I expect Alexander Savage to be in second when they come by. They make their way through turn 17. Pretty big gap there. And Braden Eves is going to take the lead. It was Cam Becker who fell back, so Alexander Savage in second, Cam Becker in third, and a ways back is David Twatty in fourth. That was the completion lap number 8. So we've got 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go in this Formula FARA race. And Braden Eves with a 3.1 second lead right now. Cam Becker was able to get back on track, and depending on the race pace here, he may be able to fight back for a second. Making it all the way back to the front is going to require some help. He's not going to be able to do it on pure pace alone. That's 7.5 seconds back from the leader. A little too much too late there, but a mistake, similar to the way Becker had one, could leave him in a spot to make a chance at moving up the podium in these last couple of laps. Here comes the leader, Braden Eves, through turn number 16. Big gap back to Alexander Savage. Slightly smaller one to Cam Becker. As they move onto the back straightaway towards turn 17. Into frame they come, heading through Sunset Bend, around the corner there. First, second, and third. White flag is in the air. And Braden Eves takes the white flag, leading on the final lap with a 3-4 second gap back to Alexander Savage. But Cam Becker has closed up 2.5 seconds to second place. That last time by, it was a 2-second advantage to Becker. We'll see. There is a possibility he's able to get to the back bumper of Savage, but getting around is a whole nother story. And with only one more lap, it's going to have to be some last lap heroics if he wants to move into that second spot. Everyone cleanly through turns 4 and 5 this time. And just now, our 4th place car of David Twatty has crossed and received the white flag. So you can see the gap. Those front 3, very safe at the front. Take something catastrophic to let anyone else in. But between the 3 of them, they could still mix it up. Right, and there's your leader, Braden Eves, working through turn number 13. Alexander Savage and Cam Becker. All 3 of them there. You can see how close the gap is between Becker and Savage compared to Eves and Savage. So Eves has a lot of cushion. There it is through turn number 14 and into turn numbers 15 and 16 now. For the last time, Eves turns onto the back straightaway. Lots of space between him and Savage, but we do have a car stopped at the entrance on driver's left of turn 17. That could be the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez. No, I don't think so. I think that's the 11 of Axel Robards. But as they come through, it's going to be no passing. So here they come. And the checker is out for Braden Eves. He is going to take race number 1 win over Alexander Savage by 5 seconds, followed by Cam Becker, and then David Twatty he's able to make it through cleanly, he will be fourth. So an exciting race at the front of Formula FARA for race number 1. Cam Becker working his way up. Some lead changes between him and Braden Eves, but ultimately Braden Eves able to stay consistent, stay out in front, and will take race number 1. The 99 of David Twatty just crossing the start-finish line now and receiving the checker. So, now that we have most of our cars across start-finish, here is a wrap-up of your Formula FARA race number 1. Number 8, Braden Eves gets the win over the 33 of Alexander Savage, the 31 of Cam Becker in third, the 99 of David Twatty in fourth, and the 82 of Chris Becker, the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez, and then the 11 of Axel Robards, and the 1 of Kevin Jr. All right, we have an HPDE session for our beginners and novices. And then following that session will be our prototype and GT race number 2, including the Enduro. So we'll have a 30-minute race and then a 45-minute addition on top of that for Enduro drivers. That comes to you at 6:25. That's the scheduled start time for that. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We've got one more race for you this evening from Sebring. You are watching the FARA Memorial 300. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway for the FARA Memorial 300. Up next, Prototype and GT, race number 2/Enduro. And for those of you wondering what that means, well, we talked about multi-class racing already. It's a race within a race. The different classes are racing themselves, and then you have your overall race going on. Well, now we've got a race within a race within a race. The first 30 minutes of this is race number 2. At that point, cars will receive a black and white flag waving at start finish, I believe, and that will signal the end of race number 2. Cars who are not participating in the Enduro will come to pit road, and then the Enduro will continue for another 45 minutes after that. So 75 minutes of racing coming up for our Prototypes and GTs. Let's get into the grid. Starting on your pole position, the 27 of Connor Cavalli, and the 10 of Marcus Jewell, 268 of David Twatty, and the 21X of Jody Miller. Roberto Dalla Costa is in 5th, with Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. on the outside of row number 3. In the 4th row, Sophia Basler and Miguel Angel Marcano. Then the 4X of Michael Coquad, the 77 of James Candelaria, the 66 of David Lita is the inside of row 6, 53 of Gary Young on the outside, row number 7, the 77X of Marco and Rick, then the 55 of Jose de las Casas. The 8th row, the 96 of Larry Giles, and the 31 of Jeff Williams. 9th row, the 178 of Brett Clemenzi, and the 46 of Jill Urso. Right behind them, the 13 of Fabian Santos and Ben Arce. 21st position, Alejandro Garcia in the 256 machine. On the outside there, Luis Albuquerque. Then the 23 of Roden Unesi, the 16 of Roden Unesi in 23rd position. Then the 84 of Avi Cohen, 99 of Adam Fetterman, and the 47X of Nicholas Moussard make up the 13th row. The 14th, the 21 of Henry Jarem, and the 25 of Pete Ballou. And finally, 15th row, 47 of Justin Levine, our green Porsche 911 that we saw have some issues at the beginning of race number 1. Hopefully got them all ironed out. Then we have our Honda Challenge in our split start. The 317 of Hermogenes Ramirez took the win and will be first in Honda Wars. Then the 89 of Luis Rene Canawate. Then the 111 of Albin Roman will be right behind them. The 6 of Wilbur Perez, and the 725 of Moises Cordero wraps up our field. So like we talked about, this will be a double race. The first 30 minutes are considered race number 2, and then after that, cars not participating in the Enduro will pull off onto pit road, come down back into the paddock, and the Enduro cars will continue for another 45 minutes after that, making a 75-minute Enduro for them. We'll see some pit stops, some driver changes all along the way. And it's going to lead to a lot of action from our biggest field of the weekend. 34 cars out there on track right now, and they're making their way through turn 17 as we speak. Pace car will pull in, and it will leave Connor Cavalli at the front, and there is the start. The 17 gets a big stop. That is Roberto Dalla Costa making a big move at the very beginning. The 47 of Justin Levine working his way through traffic instantly as he was near the back of the pack there. But yes, the 17, Roberto Dalla Costa, moving up into the front with a great start in front of the 27 of Connor Cavalli. Connor Cavalli is going to get them back into the hairpin, back to the lead for your pole sitter, leaving Roberto Dalla Costa in second now. Everyone making their way through carousel under the bridge towards turn number 7. One car off in the runoff there. That looks like the 30, our lone prototype entry. Amy Lewis. Going a little wide in the hairpin, rejoining, and back on track now. A fairly clean start to our 75-minute Enduro in race number 2. Connor Cavalli continuing out in front. See who the other cars are there as we go through. By the end of this race, me and you watching at home will know who all of these cars are just by the colors. We'll get that sorted out together. Through turn 16 go the leaders. Down towards the hairpin for the first time in our prototype and GT race number 2. Everyone playing nicely so far. Seems like a lot of single file. It's good racecraft from everyone in the field so far. We'll see how long it takes for the elbows to come out though. As there it is, 27 of Connor Cavalli across the start finish, followed by the 17 of Roberto Dalla Costa. After that, the cars are coming. Miguel Angel Marcano moves up into third. Sophia Baszler leading GT1B in the 132. Then the 08 of Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. in GT2A, followed closely by another GT2A car, the 77 of James Candelaria. Rodin Unesi working his way back up after that rough finish from race number 1. Now up into 7th overall. Going to try and make a run towards the front, but he's got 3 GT1A cars leading the field right now. So a lot of work to do to get through the slower traffic and make their way up. 47 of Justin Levine in GT1B also making a good run up to 9th overall after being gridded down in the 20s. So a great start for the 47. Good to see that car is back up and running again. David Lita is in the 66 and GT2B in 10th. Our leaders making our way through turn number 13 now, heading towards Bishop's Bend. Great shot here. We saw the Spec Miatas coming through there. You can see how much faster these prototypes and GTs are through that bend, working their way in towards turn number 16, onto the back straightaway. In Sunset Bend, turn number 17 is at the end of that straightaway. Got a little bit of cloud cover on that end of the track right now. So the typical sunset that would be a little bit of an obstruction for our drivers. Not going to be nearly as big of an issue as usual. We should have a pretty clean run as the sun sets further and further. Probably see some headlights start popping on throughout the session. And there goes Connor Cavalli leading the field right now. But Roberto Dalla Costa in the 17, about a second faster last time by with a 1.3 second gap. He's not going anywhere just yet. Connor's got his work cut out in the 27. We'll see if that Lamborghini is able to stay at the front or if the Porsche, that silver 17, is going to be able to close. It looks like it so far as they go under the bridge and head towards turn number 7. Not close enough to make a move, but that gap looks to be closing using just my eyeballs from up here in the tower. See on screen there some lap traffic being worked through by our GT1B, GT2A, and some other GT1A cars that are further back in the pack. Keep an eye out for that black Lamborghini we saw. That was Rodin Unesi, who led most of race number 1 before having an issue and relinquishing the lead. So expect that car to be moving up towards the front over this 30-minute session. We look at turn number 7 now, be able to see our Honda Wars battle taking place. We've got Wilbur Perez leading that group in the number 6 and the 89, Kanawate, and the 317 of Ramirez, all within half a second of each other. So their race is definitely going to be exciting. Saw 3 of them there. The red Honda at the front of that is your leader in Honda Wars right now. So they make our way through our turn 10 blind spot. We'll try to pick them up as they come through turn 13. And just looking out my window, the 16 is making its way forward, passing a few more cars there. That's Roden Unessi up into 5th overall. 28 seconds back from our leader, Connor Cavalli. But the gap between Connor and Roberto, 27 and the 17, has closed down to 0.6 seconds. So after we check on our Hondas, we will double check on our leaders as well to try and keep track of all of the close battles throughout this race. And onto the screen now. We did have a pass in our Honda Wars. You saw that gray Honda in front now. So there they go. We'll check on them in turn 17 and then at the stripe, and then we will go find our leaders for you to follow them around. So we'll stay with the Honda Wars battle just for a little bit. Gotta show some love to the slower cars every now and then, especially when they're racing tight like this. Always exciting. There they are entering. And that gray Honda Civic looks to have made a big lead, and a pass being made as well. The 89 moving around the 6. So a little bit of a shakeup in Honda Wars that we talked about. The 89 of Luis Rene Canate moving into the lead, the 6 of Wilbur Perez, and then the 317 of Hermogenes Ramirez falling back with a 255 last time by, well off pace. So down to a 2-car race at the front of your Honda Wars battle. Got 2 Honda hatchbacks. Looks like a blue and yellow livery and a red one. The blue and yellow is the 89 of Canate, and the 6 is red of Perez, and he is making a move up the inside at turn 7. Not able to make it stick. He's going to go wide into the grass there. And there's a yellow Porsche that got involved as well. No contact. Everyone just seems to go off track a little bit. Going a little too deep on the brakes. So the 89 Gennady is going to come out ahead there in your Honda Wars battle. All right, we're going to try and pick up our leaders again now. You've got Cavalli leading the field still, with Dalla Costa right behind, 2.56 seconds last time at the strike. And they should be coming through to turn 13 fairly soon. There's our Honda leader, 89, and then the 6 goes by, and right behind them is our leaders. So you saw that gray and white Lamborghini and the silver Porsche. Honda Wars and our leaders all at once, so we're able to keep track of everyone for at least a couple of corners as they go by. As we work our way through, we see that Lamborghini at the front, followed by the Porsche, and then that blue and yellow Honda. So Connor Cavalli holding on to the lead right now. You can see the gap opened up a little bit. Traffic definitely hurt Dalla Costa. But with the lap times they've been able to run in that 17 machine, I think they'll be able to close the gap with some clean track, which it looks like they have now, crossing start finish. Gap 1.64 this time, so they've got their work cut out for them in the 17 machine. Heading through turn number 1, you can see them working their way through. Lots of clean track ahead. All the way from turn 3 to that car, no cars in sight. This is exactly what those fast cars at the front want to see. No obstructions. are through turn 5. Under the bridge at turn 6, down to turn number 7. While they're in our blind spot, just a ways back, 37 seconds from them, Rodin Unessi has worked his way all the way up to 3rd overall and in GT1A in that black Lamborghini. So that car moving forward, it's in turn number 7 right now, but we're watching our leaders work their way through turn 13 towards Bishop's Bend, turn 14 and then turn 15. A little bit of lap traffic, but just one car shouldn't cause too much problems for them. As there goes your leader, exiting turn 16, and the 17 of Dalla Costa right behind, working their way towards the Sunset Bend, turn number 17. Through turn 17 they go, almost nose to tail. But a mistake on the exit. Connor Cavalli running a 2:08.6, the fastest lap that we have seen out of a GT1A car. Pulling ahead. 3 seconds now the gap between Dalla Costa and Cavalli. 27 continuing to lead over the 17. Rodin Unessi hanging out about 40 seconds behind those two. Behind them, Sophia Basler currently in 4th position, leading GT1B. Miguel Angel Marcano Jr., GT2A, leading there as well. GT1B, the 47 of Justin Levine, working hard, trying to get caught up to the 132 of Sophia Basler. Got his work cut out with that with the 08 car of Marcano Jr. just ahead. Take a peek at turn number 1. You just saw the green car. That's Justin Levine making it in there. He was able to get around the 08 of Marcano Jr. He's now working on the 132. May have already gotten around the 132 if it's the yellow car. I think it is. Yes. So Justin Levine in the green 47 has passed Sophia Basler in the yellow Porsche. Looks like a Cayman. And is now pulling ahead. So a new change of a leader in GT1B as GT1A continues to be dominated by Connor Cavalli after a brief time in 2nd place by the 17, Dalla Costa. Cavalli has been nothing but consistent so far and fast. See them heading through turn 17. Down the front stretch, crossing the start-finish line goes the 27 and the 17 machine. They head through turn 1. You can see how big that gap has gotten. What was once a couple of tenths now has definitely opened up a little bit more. I see some lights on a safety car back near turn number 10. So we may have some local cautions out there. It's going to prevent passing, but right now just a local yellow. No full courses to be seen. The starter does not have double yellows in their hand, so I think it'll be a quick cleanup. They'll be able to get in and out no problem. And just below me, I saw the 47 and the 132 go by. Sophia Baszler running a personal best, 2:16.2, with a 2-second gap to Justin Levine now, though. And a correction, that is a black, white, and yellow 911. That is not a Cayman. So 2 911s in GT1B duking it out right now. There is that green 911 and the yellow and black 911 we just talked about. The green, Justin Levine, the 47. Yellow and black, the 132 of Sophia Baszler. We do have a slow-moving vehicle somewhere around turn 1 right now. There it is, just off to driver's right. Looks like, is that a red Honda? Was that what I saw for a second there? Yeah. That would be the 6 of Wilbur Perez, moving slow, your pit exit. Another close battle we're going to try to find for you. It's the 178 of Brent Clemenzi and the 77X of Marco and Rick. They're less than a second apart in GT4. So we're going to try to get some eyes on them, figure out what their cars look like, and we'll follow them, see if their battle heats up at all. Probably going to pop up on turn 13 the next time we see them on camera. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if we can see two cars close together. That looks to be them there. Two BMWs in GT4. And there they go. Through Bishop's Bend now, very close together. We see them popping into frame on the right side of your screen through turn 15. Ooh, a big move up the inside. That looks like the 77X trying to make a move. Marco and Rick. That's going to be an Enduro car. They'll be doing a pit stop and a driver change. So expect to see them for the entire 75-minute session, that 77X car. And there they go through turn 17. Still nose to tail. We do have safety vehicles working their way through turn 7. Yes, the 77X now leading the 178. Marco and Rick now taking over that lead in front of Brett Clemenzi. I would imagine, looking at their lap times, that battle is not done yet. They are running very close for their best lap times. So we'll be popping in to see them a couple of times. And we do have some cars, looks like some disabled cars over near turn 8 and 9. Don't have a camera over there, so can't quite tell what cars those might be. But nonetheless, safety vehicles out there. They're helping to get those cars. Looks to be a white car of some kind, but out here racing, a white race car is pretty common. So no news on which car that is that safety crews are working on between turn 8 and 9. We're watching the 47 of Justin Levine and the 132 of Sophia Baszler. Justin Levine opening up that gap in GT2A. Hope I'm getting that right. No, they are GT1B. Yes, GT1B, Justin Levine, 3.5 seconds last time by for that gap. So he has made a great comeback to get around Sophia Baszler. Up at the front of the field, Connor Cavalli has opened up a 2.7 second lead. It sounds like to me Roberto Dalla Costa in the 17 is starting to close the gap. He is 0.7 seconds last time by, so traffic starting to play an effect as Cavalli just ran a 24.7 to Dalla Costa's 22.6. 2.1 seconds closed up that last lap. And with traffic going through turn 3, looks like they're finally clear of it, but that definitely will help out Dalla Costa try and make up some of that ground. Thought that race might be coming to an end, but the battle for the lead is certainly not. Cavalli looks to be getting out of that traffic a little bit cleaner than Dalla Costa did. So Dalla Costa gonna have to make up some ground. He lost in those first couple of corners of lap number 9 that we are working, or sorry, lap number 11 that we're working right now. You can see the safety vehicles up ahead here, turn 14 there. Gonna wait for our leaders to come through turn 13 and then we'll be able to see them. There it is, that's the 66 car. Getting towed off. That is David Lita. Going to have to sacrifice the lead. It was leading that class. Now Jeff Williams takes over GT2B in the 31. Larry Giles 2.7 seconds behind. So that battle is starting to heat up as well. As we watch turn 17, that is your leader, Connor Cavalli, continuing to expand the lead. It seems like traffic is where he gets a little slowed down. Dalla Costa able to do a little bit better work, but this time in clean track, big lead opening up there in GT1A. Into turn number 3, our leaders continuing to work their way around. A lot of open track through turns 4 and 5. As they come out from under the bridge, a lot of room all the way to turn number 7. Connor Cavalli making the absolute most of it. Trying to extend that lead over the 17 of Dalla Costa. Looks like the 317 of Hermogenes Ramirez now leading in Honda Wars after we saw the 6 having to pull off early. Yes, and then the 89 must have had an issue in there. Yeah, a couple of 3-minute laps, well off pace for that 89 blue and yellow Honda. And we do have a disabled car just to driver's right. And a full course caution is going to come out because of that. Is it turn number 6 heading down towards the tell what car that is. I might be able to pick it up on the binoculars. Yeah, they're moving slowly, so they may be able to get going again. Maybe the 73? An Aston Martin. Let's see. Do I have a 73 on my list here? No 73s on my list, so I must have that wrong. Let's check one more time. Oh, a 53. 53. That is Gary Young, not Aston Martin. The pace car does have the field. You'll see them going by. So the 53 of Gary Young, unfortunately, having some issues. May have to get towed back in. I saw it moving a little bit. Maybe too down on power to get in. Looks like they're going to try to hook a strap up to the front of it, though. Well, with this break, we are going to step aside for just a moment. We will come back, give you an update on our current standings, and bring you some more racing action in the FARA Memorial 300, race number 2 and Enduro for our prototypes and GTs. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway. Here at the FARA Memorial 300, we are looking at the finish of race number 2. We are 30 minutes into the session already. And as the cars are under full course caution and being controlled by our pace car, depending on if they are running the Enduro or not, I'm going to say that Connor Cavalli is going to win GT1A for race number 2 over Roberto Dalla Costa in the 17. Rodin Unesi, the great comeback up into 3rd in GT1A. GT1B, Justin Levine able to make it by Sophia Basler and stayed there. So they will win GT1B. GT2A, Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. is going to take that one over Avi Cohen. GT4, the 77X of Marco and Rick, is going to take that class. And GT3, Jose de las Casas will most likely be your winner there. And haven't seen any flags indicating the end, but our timing says we are 31 minutes into the session. So if anything changes about those results, I will let you guys know. As far as we know here in our booth, that is how things are going to end for our race number 2. Start stand is showing not only our double yellows, but a surface flag. So there may be some sort of debris or spill near turn 1 there. I'm going to alert the drivers about. We're still working at turn number 6. Trying to get that 53 car moving. How about our other car that they were towing? That was near 14, right? They get that one cleared up? My producer is telling me they got that all cleared up. So just the 53 car, the only one we are still waiting on. I see a tilt back coming for the 53. The 53 is rolling though. Interesting. Sure, the Sebring safety crew is working that out to figure out what they need equipment wise. There goes the field through turn 13. Pace car lights are still on, so we are going to be most likely staying under caution, but we'll see if those turn off as we get down the backstretch. More likely that it'll turn off there. Our start stand working overtime, has 2 double yellows out there, as well as a white flag for the safety vehicle. Giving hand signals to race control 1 floor above us. I don't think he can get to his radio button right now. As we head towards turn 16, pace car lights still look to be on, but the flags have been dropped at start finish. So imagining that the pace car will turn those off on the back straightaway, and that we are going to go back to racing very soon. I'm hearing from race control that we will have a green and checkered flag waving to signify the end of race number 2. So the restart will really just be for our Enduro cars. All those cars that are no longer competing will be coming in. This will be like a cool down lap. Should make for an interesting little mix here. As the pace car makes their way through turn 17, lights are off. They're going to be pulling down pit road, leaving the field to the 27 of Connor Cavalli. And there it is, the green and the checker wave. Connor Cavalli is going to stay ahead there. What that does to timing and scoring, I have no idea. We will just have to wait and see how the results shake out. But the race is back on. We still have another 35 minutes or so of racing for our Enduro. Cars are working their way through. Turns 4 and 5 there on your screen. A little bit of too wide action, but everyone looks in fairly good shape. The 132 of Sophia Basler, I saw her get around Justin Levine's 47. But then again, if they are not running the Enduro, none of it matters. You'll see at the top of your screen too, we have the checkered flag in our timing box. So race number 2 officially over. It is just our Enduro cars. We're going to get that timing and scoring switched over for you as soon as possible. My producer is working on it. He'll have it very soon. Very good at his job. We appreciate him here at FARA. All right. And now we have our Enduro session underway. So we'll start seeing cars peeling off. The field will thin out. We'll slowly start to see which cars are going to be staying around for the Enduro. Which ones are pulling in. I saw the 17 come down pit road. That is Roberto Dalla Costa. So they will not be doing the Enduro most likely, unless they're making their pit stop. It's about the midway point of the session. So there's a lot of questions left to be asked, but they are still racing on track. And we're going to try to give you some updates. I did see the 77X and the 178 next to each other again, the GT4 battle. They were going through 4 and 5, I think, with another safety vehicle making a run near turn 7. And the 77X has slowed down. The 178 has made the pass, so maybe the 77X coming in this lap for a pit stop. I don't know, really hard to keep track right now. Well, 27 of Connor Cavalli just came by with another 208. Haven't seen that since lap number 6. So my guess is the 27 will be staying out for the Enduro. It doesn't show any signs of slowing down just yet. Next two cars to come by are the 132 of Sophia Basler and the 08 of Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. GT1B and GT2A cars. They are separated by 0.4 of a second. May not be in class, but fairly close lap times. Looking at their best from this previous session, we'll see. Maybe they have some fun, do a little racing and enjoy themselves for the rest of this 75-minute session. See the 84 of Avi Cohen coming down pit road. But right now, our two closest cars on track are that 132 and the 08. So we're going to follow them around as best we can to give you guys some action as we try to see how this field sorts itself out for the rest of the 75-minute Enduro. And there goes our leader through turn number 16. And through turn 13 now. There's the 132 in the 08. 08, that white and blue Porsche Cayman. Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. Second and third overall for the Enduro right now. Just a couple tenths apart. And the 16, familiar name, familiar number, Roden Unesi and Ernie Francis Jr. Another familiar name if you have been watching a certain professional series. So that car going back out on track after their pit stop. And heading into turn number 1, the 132, continuing to lead over the 08. Now being shown as the overall leader. So Connor Cavale in the 27 must have come down pit road when I wasn't looking, doing their pit stop. So Sophia Basler takes over the lead of the Enduro over the 08, Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. They're still running about 4 car lengths apart, heading down towards turn number 7 now. Now they're in our blind spot. We're going to look at turn 17 for a bit here. A couple of cars making their way through. And just saw the 96, Larry Giles, come on through. Larry and Phillip, so that is a team car there. They're sharing that. And the 45 of Louise Albuquerque. So that team continuing on as well in their yellow 911. So you watch them come through turns 3 and 4. No real battles for position for those two. There goes the 16, just cross start finish line. A little bit further back in 6th position, but has made a pit stop, so that will definitely slow things down. And right outside my window, 132 in the 08 come by again. The 08 running its fastest lap of the race at 2:16.2, as well as the 132 at 2:15.7. I have to imagine both those cars started with a big, heavy, full tank of gas and have burned off a little bit now. Cars are starting to lighten up and give them the advantage, as well as the sun setting, giving them a little bit of cooler track temps, keeping the tires from getting as greasy. It's a perfect opportunity. I do see the sun poking out too to my left from the booth. That means the sun is going to be a little bit of a factor going in to turn number 17 for these drivers. Great shot there from turn number 6. Pretty cool to see the sun poking through the clouds like that. As our leaders hit the blind spot, we'll see how they go. That's the 16 car that just passed through Bishop's Bend. They will make their way into 15 and 16 now on your screen. Still waiting for our leader, the 132 to pop up. There it is. The 132 and the 08 running fairly close together still. Sophia Baszler really starting to pick up the pace, though. Might be opening up a bit more of a gap to the 08 of Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. We've got 27 minutes to go in our prototype and GT Enduro. Now things have finally shaken out a little bit. We've got a little bit more of an idea how standings look. In GT3, the 45 is continuing to lead. That is Louise Albuquerque and Louise Albuquerque Filo. So that's a team car there. They had a driver change. The 55 of Jose de las Casas is in second right now. Looking at lap times, looks like they may have made a pit stop already. Then the 13, Fabian Santos and Jorge Gonzalez. Sophia Baszler is our lone GT1B left on track. Adam Fetterman, our lone GT5 on track in the 99 car. GT2B, Larry and Philip Giles in the 96 are leading over the 31 of Jeff Williams and Pippa Mann. In GT4, Brett Clemenzi and Marco and Rick are your two cars out there. The 178 leading by a couple of laps. 77X came in for their pit stop already. And in GT1A, Connor Cavalli, not back out on track yet as far as I can tell, but the 16 of Roden Unesi and Ernie Francis Jr. continuing to tick off laps. A 2:04.7 from the 16 car. Your fastest car on track right now. And then GT2A, Miguel Angel Marcano Jr., the 08 car that is second overall, is leading over the 84 of Avi Cohen. And in Honda Wars, the 6 of Wilbur Perez and Richard Perez are the only ones who did the Enduro. But I believe they pulled off. That was the car we saw moving slow near the exit of pit lane earlier in the race. So there's your full rundown of the Enduro field right now. Sophia Baszler continuing to open up the gap to Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. for the overall lead. But again, they are in different classes, so no trophies to be shared there. Just a moment, we're going to go over to turn number 13. I just saw something on track. The 27 of Cavalli is back out on track with the 16, the Unesi and Francis Jr. group, closing in quickly. So we're going to try to catch them, follow them around. They are not nose to tail. Oh, they are nose to tail position-wise on the same lap. So it will be a position. Looks like it will be for the lead in GT1A. We'll try to find them. Those two Lamborghinis duking it out. Gotta be somewhere around the back side of the track. Working with our producer to try and find them on camera. And there they go into turn 17. 27. Pretty far ahead of the 16 right now. Don't have a gap for you just yet. But the 16 did get around Cavalli, if that is correct on my timing screen. Yeah, looks like they did. So you've got a new second place car as the 132 has come down pit lane. The 16 of Unesi and Francis Jr. now in second overall. Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. continuing to lead the overall, and your leader in GT2A. And as the 132 comes out of the pits in turn number 7, we're seeing them right in front of the 08 of Marcano Jr. again. So that pit stop lined up perfectly to release them right out in front. Those two are back nose to tail heading towards turn number 10 now. And the 27 comes by. Okay, timing's starting to get sorted out. So Cavalli is second overall, slightly in front of the 16 of Unesi and Francis Jr. So your GT1A battle shaping up right now, 4.5 seconds apart between those two as they work their way through turn 3, down to turns 4 and 5 now. Turn 6 down to turn 7. The 27 of 4.5 seconds, pretty good gap. But the 16 has been running consistently faster laps. No, I can't even say that. Connor Cavalli set his fastest lap, the 27 at 2:04.4, 2/10 faster than the 16 last time by. So that car's found a little extra gear. Once the 16 turned up the pace, so did the 27. We watch turn 3 here. That is Sophia Baszler and Marcano Jr., the 132 and the 08. We've been talking about them so much. We're fighting for the lead for quite a while. Now Baszler relegated to 4th after the pit stop, behind the 16 and the 27. So that definitely shakes things up. Marcano Jr. in GT2A has not made a pit stop yet. So we're expecting them to come down pit road at some point. We'll see where that puts them with the 132 car. As the 27 and the 16 come by again. 16 car down to 3.6 seconds, cuts off 9/10 last time by. They make their way into turn number 3. There's that gray Lamborghini in the front, the black one just behind. The front one is the 27 of Cavalli. 16, the black one. Messi and Ernie Francis Jr. See both cars in frame going into turn number 7 there. Slowly working on that gap. All right, and we have about 18 minutes to go. We're going to step away for just a moment. When we return, We'll give you a rundown of the current standings and bring you all the way to the end of our Prototype and GT Enduro here at the FARA Memorial 300. Don't go anywhere. A lot of racing still to come. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway. A little over 10 minutes to go in our Enduro here for the prototypes and GTs at the FARA Memorial 300. A lot of shakeups after pit stops. Here is your current running order. 27, Connor Cavalli. We said that car found another gear. It really did. Now running a best lap of a 2:03.5. Fastest lap we've seen this entire weekend. Then the 16 of Unesi and Francis Jr. The 132 of Baszler has shuffled back up into third position. And the 08 of Marcano Jr. leading GT2A. Then the 178 car, Brett Clemenzi driving that one, and owned by a friend of mine, Steve Shelton. That is in fifth place. The number 55 of Jose de las Casas, currently leading in GT3. Then the 96 of Larry and Philip Giles, leading GT2B. A Mustang, red Mustang running around if you've seen them in the frame. Then the 13 of Fabian Santos and Jory Gonzalez. Then the 45 of Luis Albuquerque in GT3, and Adam Fetterman in the 99 in GT5. I believe that is our lone Miata running around out there right now. But back to the battle at the front. Connor Cavalli opened up a 7-second lead in that 27 machine over the 16. So they have a fairly comfortable cushion going into the last 10 minutes of this race. But I'll tell you what, the 16 is not giving up yet. 2 seconds faster that time by 5.5 seconds is the gap now. A couple more laps like that, we could see a battle at the very end. The 16 is going to have a lot of luck with traffic. No issues. They're going to need some help from the 27, maybe a mistake here or there. Go a little bit deep into a braking zone, something along those lines to help them out. Out turn number 6. A lot of clouds. We've seen a lot of clouds rolling through today, but in typical Sebring fashion, all of the precipitation from those clouds has skirted the track. It has been bone dry here. A hot day, nonetheless. I think we saw temperatures around 93. But as far as Florida goes, in late May, pretty good race day for everyone involved. I think all the drivers will be happy about that. It's the 96 coming down pit road. That is your GT2B leader. But there are no other cars in the class, so I think they're going to be all right regardless of what happens during this time on pit road. And I see our starter with a flag in hand. And the white flag is out. The white flag is waving. The 27 is going to come by of Cavalli and take the white flag. The 16 a little far behind. Now a 6.5 second gap. Going to take some heroics and probably a mistake from the 27 if they have any chance of moving up to the top step of the podium. So it's all up to the 27. Just bring that car home. No drama. The 132 of Baszler in third, and the 08 of Marcano Jr. in fourth. And the 178, Brett Clemenzi, running fifth right now. That is your top 5 as we work the final lap of our 75-minute Enduro here. The FARA Memorial 300 at Sebring International Raceway. It's been a great race. We had a lot of action during the first 30 minutes. That crazy full course caution, and then the ending of the race number 2 into that from a full course caution. Definitely caused some confusion for me up here trying to figure out the timing and scoring. But eventually we got it sorted out as our leader working all the way past turn 7 already to our blind spot right now at turns 10. We'll pick them up again at turn 13. goes the 27, working their way towards Bishop's Bend on their final lap. White flag waving. Turn 16 onto the backstretch for one final time towards Sunset Bend. The sun poking through the clouds. And there they are, turn 17, working their way through under the drive-over bridge and around the corner. The checkered flag is in the air, and the 27 of Connor Cavalli is going to take the win of race number 2 and your Enduro. A great run by that team. There is the 16 of Roden Unesi and Ernie Francis Jr. finishing second. Then the 132 of Sophia Baszler in third. So that is your overall podium. Next car we're going to see come by, the 08 Marcano Jr. should be the one. Yes, and there they go, crossing the stripe. May see some changes in overall position with the 96 coming down pit road. I don't know if they got back out on track. I don't have that view, unfortunately. Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a shakeup there. So we have in 5th place, the 178 of Brett Clemenzi. That is going to be your GT4 winner. In GT3, the 55 of Jose de las Casas is going to take the win, just ahead of the 13 of Santos and Gonzalez. In GT2B, Larry and Philip Giles does not appear to be on track right now. So there is a possibility the 45 of Louise Albuquerque is going to take that spot overall. Yes, they do. They will finish 8th overall, 3rd in GT3, as Larry Giles and Philip Giles relegated to 9th overall, winning GT2B still. Rounding out your Enduro field, the 99 lone entrant in GT5, Adam Fetterman. All right, well, thank you so much for tuning in and hanging out today. Don't go anywhere, though, because tomorrow we have more racing here live from Sebring International Raceway. Day 2, we have more races from Formula FARA, our GTM prototypes, and more Prospec Miata. Coverage starts tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. with our Prospec Miata race number 2, bright and early. Wake up early, get the coffee brewing, be ready to go. 8:30 a.m. for Prospec Miata race number 2. Everyone have a great night. Enjoy yourselves on this Memorial Day weekend, and we'll see you tomorrow.